Hey, good morning from the office. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching FYNTV.com, FYNTV.com. We thank you for joining us this morning. Let's see, I'm gonna click on something here to make sure something's running. I do not have, I'm your host, BKP, I do not have my monitor this morning. So we just had a little, everything else is running well, right, Cole? Mm-hmm. I just don't have a monitor. And we got to figure that out. That's not a big deal, but we have a couple split screens in here. And every once in a while, right, Cole, the split screen wants to go a different direction than we're going. Anyhow, I am your host, BKP. Good morning from the office. First of all, last night, obviously, Cole, we have a new national champion. Clemson's winning, won last night over Alabama. Clemson national champions after a 34-31 over Alabama with 1 minute left to 1 second left to play. I want to play that video of the winning video. Can you pull that up, Cole? The actual. Yeah, that winning play. Can you pull that one up?
Yeah, I'll give you the high sign.
All right, give me the high sign when that one's ready. I want to pull the winning play video, and I want to play that. So let me know.
High sign. You ready?
Cole gives me the high sign. Okay, hold on a minute. I want to open that link up to myself. I want to see that. So last night, a winning play with 1 second left. And let me load it myself here, Cole, because I want to watch at the same time. Go ahead and play that for the audience.
If Bama can hold them out, perhaps a field goal attempt for overtime. Watson, touchdown! Hunter Renfrow. Little man makes another enormous play. 1 second remaining.
Okay, that is the win and play last night. That is the win and play last night from the Clemson. Now, I like the coach here. What's his name? Sweeney? Is that his name?
Yeah.
I like this post. Now, I want to play all of this morning. I like this post game. I like this. They're probably hearing my music. I forgot I had it on. I like this post game interview last night. Cole, let's go to there was no upset tonight. Let's go to that one. Give me the high sign when that one's ready, okay?
All right.
You ready? Just let me know. This is the post-game comments that I really liked last night. So we're going to take just a minute here as we open up.
High sign.
High sign. Cole gave me the high sign. Okay, go with that, Cole.
There was no upset tonight. It's the last thing I told him when we left the locker room. I said, when we win the game tonight, I don't want to hear one word about this being an upset. The only upset's going to be if we don't win the dadgum game. I don't want to hear one word about it. This is an expectation. The last thing I told him. We expected to win the game. We expected to win it last year. When we take the field, we expect to win because we work our tails off. And we got a committed group of people, staff, players, everybody. And, with this game right here, we beat the last 7 national champions, all of them this year. So absolutely we expected it. And one of the questions right before the game was, how are you going to block these guys? Like we're chopped liver. So yes, we absolutely expected to win the game with full respect to the University of Alabama because they are incredible. I mean, just incredible what they've done. And they'll be back. Heck, they'll probably be right back next year. Nick's going to buy my dinner this year, though. But I guarantee you, they'll be right back next year. And hopefully we'll have a chance to have a rubber match. Love it, nothing more.
All right, how are you going to block these guys? How are you going to block these guys? Like, we're chopped liver. We are not in the national championship game because we are unaware of how this blocking thing goes. But Cole, let's get this straight. You need to understand this. This is we take the field. When we take the field, we expect to win. Do you understand that, Cole?
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right, you better understand it, because when we take the field, we expect to win. I don't want to hear anything about an upset. I mean, everything. Now, I want to play one more, Cole, and then we'll move along with the day. I want to play one more, and give me the high sign when this one is ready, Cole. This is his emotional interview after the game. Okay, Sweeney. Right after the game, has a very emotional interview. We're not going to play the whole thing. It's 2 minutes long. We're just going to play till I say stop, Cole. But you got the high sign. Well, wait a minute. Don't start it yet. Okay. Go ahead and start this. This is right after the game. Go ahead and start it.
In this game before, but how would you describe what it's like to win it?
It's indescribable. I mean, you can't make it up, man. I mean, this is only God can do this. Take a guy like me from Pelham, go to Alabama, win a national championship, come to Clemson, and have a chance to win a national championship against the best team in the country up until the last second of this game, and to see my guys fight and just believe. I told them tonight, that the difference in the game was going to be love. It's been my word all year has been love, and I said tonight, we're going to win it because we love each other. We're going to love each other. I don't know how we're going to win it. I told them at the halftime, guys, we're going to win the game. I don't know how, but we're going to win it. And man, I'm just so thankful and blessed, and it just doesn't even say real to me. I'm thankful to the good Lord, all our players. It's been an unbelievable 8 years.
Cool. Only God could do this. Only God can do this. We're going to win it. We're going to love each other. We're going to win this thing. Only God can do this. Now, the interesting thing is there are probably people trying to figure out now if they really won last night. They'll probably want to do recounts. They will probably want to go to actually the Writers Association. Isn't that throughout the year, Cole? Help me out here. The Writers Association, they pick the 1 through, right? Every week they when the rankings come out, your top 10 or whatever, that's the Writers Association that usually pick the top schools, and then you get coaches vote, right? Is it something like that?
The coaches poll.
Coaches poll. And then you have the Writers Association. So they're probably trying to figure out now if Clemson really won. So we just wanted to have a lot of fun there this morning. Congratulate. What's the Clemson's quarterback's name again, Cole?
That I don't know.
You don't know that?
No.
Look that up.
Okay.
I mean, really? Come on, Cole. Huh? That one's on you. All right. So Sweeney, emotional interview, national champions last night, and Carla's Corner at 8:30. I'm your host, BKP. Carla's Corner at 8:30. Now, at 9 o'clock, I will be back with Good Morning from the Office. We're going to get into...
Deshaun Watson.
Huh?
Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson, right? All right. And it was 1 second in the corner, touchdown. All right, Bear Bryant at Alabama has 6 national championships. Nick Saban has 5. Saban was going for the coveted number 6. So that ended last night. Maybe he'll come back next year. All right. Remember, seems like it was just yesterday or night before last, Meryl Streep. Is that her name? Streep or Street? I don't know how she says her name. I could care less. She says at the Golden Globes, she said, if we get rid of them all, we will only have football to watch. Well, hey, last night, if we only had football to watch, that would have been fine. All right. Jeffrey Beauregard Sessions will start today his confirmation hearing at 9:30, and the Democrats are going to oppose him with rumored to be gay black senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker. So do you have Booker's picture there? Can you put that up?
I have the old man. No, Booker.
Cory Booker, I sent you one this morning.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Let me frame it up there.
All right, Cory Booker, let's start with that one. Okay, now, there's a reason the Democrats, because they're going to do everything today to paint Sessions, that's Cory Booker, he is the rumored to be gay senator, black senator, African-American senator from New Jersey that is going to oppose Jeff Sessions for Attorney General. Now, Sessions, let me see here, let me say this. Cory Booker, mayor of New Jersey, this is Newark, New Jersey, this is when he was mayor. Cory Booker, mayor of Newark, New Jersey, is speaking out about gay rumors in the New Washington Post profile. This is when he was running for senator. Booker, who recently won the Democratic primary for the special upcoming Senate election, which he was elected to as U.S. Senator there in New Jersey, is 44 and unmarried and does not speak publicly about his personal life. But the mayor tells the Washington Post that he doesn't mind the gay rumors that have bubbled up from time to time during his political career. People who think I'm gay, this is his quote, this is Booker's quote, people who think I'm gay, some part of me thinks it's wonderful. Some part of me thinks it's wonderful, okay? Because I want to challenge people on their homophobia. I love seeing on Twitter when someone says I'm gay, I say, so what does it matter if I am? So what does it matter? What does it matter? I think he throws his hands up like that, Cole. So what does it matter if I am? So be it. I hope you are not voting for me because you are making the presumption that I'm straight. You know, if I only had some feathers or something in the background, you know, some feathers or something.
Like Vegas?
Yeah, Vegas feathers. All right, so that's Cory Booker. There's a reason, because in 1986, let's put up the 1986 Jeffrey Beauregard. And you got that picture, the Jeff Sessions of 1986 picture?
Yeah.
Okay, in 1986, Sessions was nominated to the federal bench by then President Ronald Reagan, but was rejected by Senate Judicial Committee over allegations that he had called a black attorney boy. Boy. It's got like 5 O's in it, right? Boy. He said there was an attorney in the courtroom, and Beauregard yelled across the courtroom and said, boy, black attorney, boy, are you listening? Which he denied and described the NAACP and the ACLU as un-American. Okay, so 1986, they're saying there's still questions unanswered about this guy. So they're going to have the LGBT community are very concerned about the Attorney General appointment here, Jeff Sessions, because he's a conservative. And Beauregard, they're concerned about Beauregard and the black community. So you're going to watch a rumored black, a rumored gay, not rumored black. He is black if you look. He's a light-skinned brother, right? He's light-skinned. He's a light-skinned brother, okay? So you're going to see a light-skinned brother, rumored to be black, Cory Booker, senator from New Jersey. And this is a way to get national attention for Cory Booker, because they have the Democrat Party. You need to understand, today, the Democrat Party have an agenda with Cory Booker, okay? They have an agenda. They have an agenda. Polling shows. I'll tell you what polling shows at a different time. But they have an agenda with Cory Booker. Booker will attack Sessions on racial issues, LGBTQ community issues, and try to go after him as a racist. You will see. That's the reason the Democrats have picked him out. They're calling him a radical. Jeffrey Beauregard Sessions, a radical nomination. All right. Now, Trump will get something done here that Reagan cannot. The very first thing that happens, Trump will get something done that Reagan could not accomplish. Don't get upset. This is not an anti-Reagan comment. And you're going to say, well, Reagan didn't have a Republican Congress and a Republican Senate and all the above. But Sessions was appointed by Reagan in '86, and he had to withdraw his nomination. So we'll see what happens. This is how they're going to try everything to get him to say something against law enforcement. Booker, all the Democrats are going to do everything they can to talk about retraining law enforcement, black youth in the inner cities, what happened in Baltimore, Freddie Gray, all the above, Ferguson, how the law enforcement community needs retrained to handle thugs, okay? So they're going to work every single angle they can possibly work on Jeffrey Beauregard Sessions today, and that's at 9:30. Now, FYNTV.com is going to break away at 9:30 and go to that live, so you can watch that live here. We're going to go right at 9:30. We're going to go to broadcasting the confirmation hearing for Jeffrey Beauregard Sessions. So I don't want to keep on with that. Carla will be in here in just a couple minutes. We're going to talk today about, speaking of some racial issues, Ford is bringing out the Bronco. Now, what's so racist about the Bronco? I'm telling you right now, they should launch the OJ series. They're bringing back the Bronco. If Ford would launch a limited edition OJ series, like 1,000, all right, and just call them Juice Bronco Juice or something, the OJ, okay? I tell you, you just think what those would be worth. All right, sorry, I know. But come on, folks. Who doesn't remember the white Bronco running down the freeway there in L.A. with OJ in the back? What did Cedric say on Barbershop? OJ did it, OJ did it, OJ did it. I'm just saying. Ford is going to bring back the Bronco. Trump is reversing the flow of manufacturing. Who's the little guy? I put up the Jeffrey Sessions picture in 1986. Put up the current picture of Jeffrey Sessions. Make sure everybody knows. That was the 1986 one. This is the current picture. You got that up? Jeffrey Beauregard Sessions? Huh? Which way? I can't see. I don't have a monitor.
I know.
All right. Okay. So anyhow, that is Sessions now. Go ahead and take him down if you still have him up. Kushner, Jared Kushner. I don't have enough time. We will do it at 9 o'clock. So please, Jared Kushner is Donald Trump's son-in-law. All right? Now, there are laws and different things in place. But Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, will be his senior advisor. Folks, Kushner is the ultimate. He comes from these are capitalists, all right? I will explain, but for the media out there, at 9 o'clock, we're going to dig into this one. At 9 o'clock, for the media out there to tell you that all the list of potential conflicts of interest where Jared Kushner is concerned, the best, you don't want a conflict of interest, but the best position right now the American people could be in is to have top political advisors, okay, and top political advisors and a president-elect that have potential conflicts of interest due to them being capitalists. Let's stay with that, okay? It's not potential. See, if Hillary Clinton would have won, you would have everybody she was bringing in would have potential conflicts of criminal interest, okay? There would be a whole different thing to look at here. The conflicts, okay? All right, so remember this. Where the best place you could be right now is to have potential conflicts of interest due to Trump and his appointees being true capitalists. Now, Kushner, his son-in-law, has been there from day one. Kushner likes the internet. You will think that I've lost my mind, but I'm telling you right now, Jared Kushner is the pivotal one that put things in place for Donald Trump as he even went down the escalator. In that opening speech, a lot of that is Jared Kushner that got your attention, America. Jared Kushner loves the internet. He is bright. He's brilliant at this. And Jared Kushner focused on connecting with America. So when you're wondering, believe it or not, this Orthodox Jew, which I laughed all through the campaign when they kept calling Donald Trump an anti-Semite, okay? I laughed all the way through. Oh, he's anti-Jewish. Oh, he's really, Jared Kushner, really, the Kushner family. I know several of them. I know several in the family. So Kushner, this Orthodox Jew from New York City, has done his homework and has done everything through the internet to make sure that he had Donald Trump connected. It's a shame Hillary and some of her family, like Chelsea or Hillary or Cheese Pizza Podesta, couldn't figure out how to connect to Middle America. But Kushner did that. If you are, and we'll do this at 9 o'clock, if you are satisfied with the pick of Mike Pence, okay? Mike Pence, all right? As Trump weighed his options, fate conspired to keep him in Indiana. Interesting, okay? With a mechanical problem grounded his jet after the Tuesday night rally with Pence. The pair shared dinner that night, then breakfast. The following morning, Trump's eldest children, Donald J., Eric, Ivanka, and Jared Kushner flew to the Hoosier State that morning for a meeting with Pence and at the governor's mansion. Trump's adult children were among his closest advisors, okay? First of all, if you like Mike Pence as Vice President of the United States, you like Jared Kushner. Kushner, forget Corey Lewandowski, okay? Forget Paul Manafort. Forget everybody. Kushner maneuvered more than you would ever believe behind the scenes. Okay, anyhow, we will talk about him. Look, Robert Kennedy was the Attorney General, John F. Kennedy's brother, so let's not go there, okay? We're going to be talking about all of that at 9 o'clock, and in just a couple minutes we're going to have Carla's Corner, and I call that the most unpredictable 30 minutes on TV, so you want to tune in. You tell your friends. Is all three of the streams running properly, Cole?
Yes.
All right, good. I think we might have found a little something. We changed it. Why don't we just change that every day? Do a little internal here. We've had problems with one of the streams because we come to you from Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and FYNTV.com. Follow us on Twitter at Fetch Your News or also at FYNTV and follow us on Facebook. Go to FetchYourNews.com, top right-hand corner. Go to our YouTube page. We post everything every day. If you'll go up to our YouTube page, we're really asking you to subscribe and to get your friends to subscribe to our YouTube page, and that's where we post everything from the show. Okay, don't believe the, let's just touch on the Obama repeal, replace after Obama repeal. Democrats, Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, they're all yelling that, oh, they want to repeal it, but they do not have anything to replace it with. 20 million Americans are going to lose their insurance. Don't believe it. Remember, Nancy Pelosi told you you had to read the bill to find out what was in the bill, right? Remember that famous line? We need to pass the bill to find out what was in it. Remember that famous line? We have to first pass the bill to find out what's in it. The Republicans are determined to repeal this mess. Dr. Tom Price from Georgia, 6th District, that will be the Health and Human Services Secretary, that he'll get confirmed. They have a plan, but they're going to do something that's really novel here. This will take you back. They're actually going to let the American people see the parts that they're going to put in place. So you're going to see this mess repealed. Nobody's losing their health care overnight, so relax on that, okay? And what you will see is parts put into place methodically, and you will know what they are, you will know how it works, and you will not be told we have to pass this for you to see what's in it. Watch that. Don't fall for the Democrats' push that they want to repeal it and have nothing to replace it with. Don't fall for that. Hey, President Obama is going to give his farewell address. Now, probably most of my audience, I could hear cheers through the camera. That's not nice. Let's be nice today. Okay, let's just go ahead and cheer. Most of the audience that we have here probably is cheering. It will be the farewell address. I don't know how many more of these farewell address, see you later, party. I just don't know if I could take it. I'll probably have to watch it for business purposes because this is what I do. I got to keep up with things. But that will be tonight, his farewell address, and tomorrow, all right, tomorrow will be President-elect Donald Trump's his press conference. Now, yesterday, what's the name of this company, right? It's this company. Is it Alibaba, right? Alibaba?
Alibaba?
Yeah, Alibaba, that's the name of it. So Trump's got Jack, and Jack speak Thai well. Okay, you don't understand. And so Trump's got Jack Ma, is that his name? The CEO of Alibaba, and they're going to commit to trying to create 1 million jobs in Middle America. Ford is going to start building the Bronco again. Just the atmosphere. Fiat, Chrysler's going to start investing in more in manufacturing. All right. Just saying, it's the mood that's turning around. I'm your host, BKP. Good morning from the office. Clemson National Championship. You know the best one I seen on Facebook last night for all of you SEC fans out there, okay? I can handle this. I can handle this. So I keep seeing everybody we got to pull for Alabama, they're SEC over ACC, right? And then this guy, I know this guy very well, he gets up there and he posts on Facebook, he said, cheering for Alabama because they're in the SEC is like cheering for the devil because he shows up in the Bible. So that was my favorite one of the night, man. All right. That was my favorite one of the night. Okay. Can I get this out of here and get in trouble? Go to break. There's no better time. I am an ACC college basketball fan. Go to break before I get hurt, Cole.
All right.
We'll see you, Carla, right after these messages.
What you gonna do with all that junk?
This is the big one. The 20% off MSRP model year-end clearance at Days Chevrolet in Jasper. With huge savings over $3,600 off the redesigned Malibu. Now just $20,400. Save over $8,600 off Silverado Crew Cab LT. Now just $33,500. 20% off new Chevys. Right here, right now. At Days Chevrolet in Jasper.
Better days ahead, Days Chevrolet.
Find new roads.
El Rey and Ellijay.
El Rey Mexican Restaurant.
Family owned and operated and a local favorite for families, parties, and meetings.
Great prices.
Friendly service and delicious Mexican cuisine.
Patio dining available.
Come sing in Carlos's Cantina every Friday 9 to 1.
Eat in or take away.
Same location for 14 years. Open 7 days at the corner of Maddox Drive and 515. North Georgia's favorite Mexican cuisine. El Rey and Ellijay.
North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds. Come on in to view the area's largest selection of fine jewelry at North Georgia Diamond. All repairs and designs are done on site by our jewelers. And North Georgia Diamond has the lowest prices on loose diamonds. You can also sell your gold, silver, and coins at North Georgia Diamond between Walmart and Lowe's in East Ellijay. Locally owned by Bill and Allison Craig, North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds in North Georgia.
Looking for in a vehicle, start your search at Schottenkirk Ford Jasper. We've simplified the process so you can move on to what matters, your family.
Hello, my name is Chad Watkins. I'm the manager at Larry's Body Shop. We are a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the North Georgia area since 1978. We are located at 1216 Progress Road in Ellijay, Georgia. Our shop specializes in collision repair and we work with all major insurance companies. Larry's Body Shop is ICAR Gold, the highest role of training recognized by the collision repair industry. It is estimated that only 10% of collision shops meet these standards. Our shop consists of state-of-the-art equipment such as laser measurement system, down-drive spray booth, spot and MIG welding equipment. All of our paints are mixed on site so that we can guarantee your paint to match every time. I know that having an accident can be a stressful event. We take pride in making sure our customers are satisfied with the repair of their vehicles. Our waiting area is clean and comfortable with free Wi-Fi and refreshing beverages. So if you're in an accident, stop by and see us at Larry's Body Shop.
Hey, and we're back. I'm your host, BKP. Good morning. It's time for Carla's Corner. Yes, if you do not recognize her, this is our 2017 Carla.
Yeah.
Glad to have you back.
Finally.
It seems like since the last time I've seen you, you've been halfway around the world and back.
I was halfway around the world and back.
So let's start. How was Germany?
It was good. It was a lot of fun. It was, I got to fully experience Christmas. Christmas markets, Christmas. I mean, Christmas in Germany is unlike anywhere else. So,
really?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you, and let's get this out of the way for the viewers there at home. You were documenting, putting stuff on Facebook. We're following you, you and Charlie and the girls, and it looks like you're having a great time. And that morning, this particular morning, you posted Christmas Village, picture of you and the girls, Charlie, all of you.
It was nighttime there,
right.
Morning for you guys.
Right. But let's not get into. We will study the time difference later, okay? Do we need to? Okay, look, can you stay focused?
I'm focused.
Okay, try to stay with me on this.
Okay.
This is usually my problem, staying focused. So anyhow, we see this picture of you and the children in this beautiful Christmas village. And
Market. Be specific.
Okay, one more time.
I went
Take
to a-
7. Take 7. I want to finish this.
I went to a Christmas village, but I also went to Christmas markets. They're
Well,
different.
don't say anything. Zip it. So we see a picture of the whole family in a Christmas village/market/whatever.
Okay.
And then the next thing we know, a couple hours later, we hear that there was a terrorist attack in Berlin. And I tell you, our hearts just dropped. I know, I start seeing people immediately like, are you okay? Are you okay? But you, just for our viewers, you were in Germany, but you were not at that market.
No, I was in Nuremberg, which is 6, possibly 7 hours away from Berlin. Nuremberg is one of the biggest Christmas markets in Germany, and it was the biggest city I went to on the whole trip. So after we went to that market, and then I come back to find out, not come back, but like get back to where there's cable and find out that that had happened, I was like, wow. Because just in retrospect, you think back to the market and you're like, oh, wow, how easily that would have been to happen. There. Fortunately, Nuremberg has multiple little off markets. Like you have the big one, and then you have the handmade market and the kids market, and then they have lots of little things going on. If something like that happened, I mean, people are so spread out. But even at the big market when we were there, I mean, it was just wall to wall people. You couldn't hardly walk. So.
Well, did the children enjoy Germany? I mean, what was it like for them? I mean, I know they got all their Christmas gifts, but just the fact of at their age, and how old are they again?
8 and 10.
Just the fact that 8 and 10, that's a gift in itself, getting to say, I spent Christmas in Germany. So did they enjoy the food in the markets?
No, not the food.
They didn't enjoy the food?
No, poor Abby. She was pretty much sick of eating French fries by the time we left, because I mean
that's the only thing that was palatable to her. When
we did hit McDonald's a few times. Their McDonald's is amazing. Like it is.
It's different.
It tastes different. It's. I'm like, please bring.
Different menu items?
Oh yes, McRib is year round.
McRib year round.
McRib is year round. Yeah.
Wow. That is great information you have brought back to the States.
So in Nuremberg, they have these little tiny sausages, and they put a couple of those sausages on this roll, and it's with some mustard, and it's called a Nürnberger, is what it's called. It's on the menu. They deep fry their apple pies still.
Oh, wow.
No baked apple pies. Those bad boys are crispy and hot.
Moving right along.
Oh, and then the cafe is an actual cafe. It is not part of McDonald's. Like it's a separate part of the restaurant. Cafe, baked goods.
It's a cafe.
It is a cafe. It is. Yeah, it's very nice.
Moving right along, instead of going halfway around the world and discussing the differences in the McDonald's menu.
Hey, it's just the small things that impress you.
Okay. Charlie, family, Christmas. Tell us a little bit about, obviously we know tradition, but we're here in the United States. Over there, what was the Christmas holiday like for you over there?
It was obviously busier than normal because we had a very big schedule as far. I mean, we left Christmas Day and went to the Alps. So I mean, we got up Christmas morning. That was the earliest my children have ever gotten up for Christmas. We were up at like 4 something in the morning, their time, which is like, I don't even know, 11 p.m. time here. It was awful.
Well, did they get in, and what I guess what I'm going for, did they get into the same things in Germany through Christmas as we do here, us Americans? Did they get into the tree and the decorating trees? Obviously do, but any other traditions?
Well, they started that.
They did?
Yeah, Germany was the beginning of Christmas trees. They actually created the first artificial Christmas tree.
Well, I'm just trying to do everything in the world to get you to say something about Christmas other than McDonald's. And,
okay. We went to the Christmas Museum in Rothenburg, which is a to me,
Now we're moving right along.
Christmas Village. They're known for just their beauty at Christmas. They have the Kathy Wolfhart store, which is a famous Christmas store. So we all got ornaments, and so I got some at an antique store in Rotenburg. I got silver, the old vintage clips that they clipped on the Christmas trees that they put the real candles on. And I bought some real candles but I'm not going to light them, but I mean to decorate with. But anyway, so we went to the Christmas Museum. We learned all the traditions of the beginnings of a Christmas tree and what they put on them all the way through the transition to glass ornaments and then plastic ornaments, and because I'm a Christmas fool. I love Christmas.
I know. You decorate 20 trees. That's why.
Getting 2 more next year.
Now you understand, for those at home, she decorates how many trees usually a year?
It's about 17.
Right. So you didn't get to decorate your 17 trees. So for those at home, I thought trees may be an interesting subject with you.
I bought lots and lots of stuff for new Christmas trees.
There you go. So Charlie, the kids, all of you went. You did bring Charlie home, right?
Yes.
Charlie, okay, just double checking with you. Never know. Security. Now, just for me, what was it like going through? I mean, is security very high there due to potential terrorist attacks being in their country?
The only thing I noticed that was really different was as soon as we got to the airport, we walked from our gate to the airport. The police officers over there carry very different weapons than we carry over here. They looked like they were ready to go to war. I mean, it was very, not unnerving, but just shocked.
Like assault rifles?
Yeah.
That's how it is in Mexico.
I guess they're like AK something.
Yeah,
I'm not.
So the airports.
I'm not gun people.
The airports, you felt like, wow, this is.
They are all. When we were at the Frankfurt airport going home, they had stopped everybody from going upstairs where the gates are because I don't know why, but they just stopped everybody. And then when they cleared everything, we all got to finally go to our gates. And then we got to the gates, and they had to make us leave again because they found an unidentified luggage. And they closed the gate down. But the way it works there is, you're literally boxed into sections. And it's not like Hartsfield-Jackson where you walk, it's pretty open once you get past security. They're like, you're in this section, and each section you have to show your passport every time. Like, you can't move throughout the airport without scanning your passport or showing somebody your passport. It's very, very secure in how they have it set up.
Okay, well, let's change gears. We're back in the States. Christmas is over. It's time to get back to work.
Yes.
Not everybody took a month off. It just felt like it in TV land.
3 weeks off for 3 years of no vacation.
I still don't understand it. Anyhow, now 2017, and we have to talk about the Gilmer County Chamber of Commerce because I know the boss, and I don't want the boss upset. Okay, we don't want to upset the boss, do we? No, we got that right.
Yeah.
We need to get it. We need to approach this a little different in 2017. You agree?
That's the plan.
Huh?
That's the plan.
Well,
I still get to have fun though.
Well, I didn't say we weren't going to have fun. Now, yesterday in Georgia, we let Carla tell you about this, but the representative of the 7th District, which happens to be House Speaker David Ralston, was re-elected as Speaker of the House. Those are the first day. Yesterday was the first day for the 2017 legislative session in Atlanta. And for 2017, when they opened the first day, I'm going to call it ceremonial. Things happen on day one, reappointments, elections to committees, whatever, and groups from around the state visit. So Speaker of the House and State Senator Steve Gooch welcomed some people that we know, and who was down there.
We had our school superintendent went down there to represent our school.
Yeah, but this is a test. I've seen the picture, so you have to know everybody that was in that picture.
I do know everybody that was in that picture. Yeah,
because this is a test. They're watching. Okay. You leave one name out, you know what happens. We had a talk with the boss the other day. The boss said you were going to straighten up. All right,
yeah.
try to run the names by me now.
Our school superintendent, Dr. Shanna Wilkes, was there representing our school system and as a member of our board of directors. We had Mr. Lex Rainey, Mr. Hubert Parker. We had them representing as board of directors along with Miss Beth Bennett and Sandy Ott. And we had, my brain just went blank. Why'd you put me on the spot?
I knew it.
Pilgrims. She's the HR person for Pilgrims. She's on our board of directors. My brain just went blank.
Can't help you.
Ah!
Can't help you.
If you hadn't put me on the spot, I would have nailed it.
The boss is going to be so upset.
I have the picture in my brain, and I'm running across. I got Crystal.
Actually,
I
I
got
did
Beth.
the same thing. No, you didn't mention Crystal.
I haven't got to her yet. She represented our ambassadors.
Okay, well, Crystal.
Yeah, and then we had Brad Simmons. He was a personal
there you
guest. He
go.
was actually not there with our group, but it just so happened he was there, and we were like, "Oh, cool! All of our people are here." And then Stephen Aaron was there, and he is now representing the congressional district of social media.
He's the 9th congressional. He's the GOP 9th district, 9th congressional district communications director.
Yes, I heard about this yesterday. I didn't even know that.
I'm supposed to know this.
Just heard about it.
You were the
yesterday.
one that.
I'm just glad you know the official title because I was going to be like social media director for the congressional district.
Stephen was there. I've seen the picture. We don't want to leave anybody out, but it was a great group. We'll say that.
We were very appreciative of that group representing us down there.
Okay. Now, in that group, there was a couple people I was going to. Before we move on, I want to say something. And just seeing that group. We want to, and I know we're saying this from the Gilmer County Chamber of Commerce, veterannews.com, and all of us here. We want to continue our prayers for our great friend Barbara Paris.
Yes.
Barbara Paris is home recovering, and we know Barbara watches this show. And I want to make sure that all of the great volunteers out there know I'm not leaving them out. But to me, Barbara's like the greatest volunteer.
Yes, she was our.
They're all great. I don't know if I'm messing up.
I'm going to lead. Hush. I'm going to lead with this. So Barbara Paris is our member of the year, and she was awarded last year at our annual meeting. And we have our annual meeting coming up next Thursday, where we will award this year's.
And I don't know that guy she's married to. I forget his name, but go ahead.
You can hold on to that problem. I know who he is. We will award our Member of the Year, Business of the Year, and Citizen of the Year at the luncheon next Thursday. So you need to make sure to register if you would like to come to that event. You do have to pay in advance so that we know how many people are coming, and it will be held at the First Baptist Church. And there is an ad at the bottom of our website you can click on with a direct link to register.
Okay, so again, Barbara, we hope I did get an opportunity to
Oh,
speak.
she gets to watch it. I miss her.
I got an opportunity to speak to our commission chair, Charlie Parrish, yesterday, and he assured me that Barbara was resting well at home and was regaining her strength, but she's still.
I'm glad she's at home.
Yes.
It's easier to get better at home.
Now, leading into this, we always talk about the upcoming monthly chamber meeting, the meeting, but this is the annual meeting. Can you go back a little bit? This one is not your usual lunch.
No, this is not a normal luncheon. This is we used to host our annual meeting on a Saturday night and make a big deal out of it, but we found that our members really liked our change last year to a professional luncheon, a business luncheon where we do all of our annual business, the passing of the gavel from one board chairman to the other, introducing the new board and recognizing the outgoing board and making sure to recognize our Citizen of the Year, Member of the Year, and Business of the Year. So we moved it to our regular luncheon time, and we felt it was a really good turnout, and everybody really appreciated us doing that.
So this is the annual business meeting, and it's a time of recognition where all the members, the board members past, will be recognized, and Citizen of the Year, and the new board members and the new chair of the board. When is that and where?
It is not this Thursday, but next Thursday at the First Baptist Church. We'll start at 11:30. You do need to register and pay in advance in order to have a seat. All the seats this year we're going to actually have tables organized, so everybody will have a seat
Organized
assigned.
tables?
Yes. Fancy. We're fancy.
Interesting. Tablecloths too?
Oh, linens, everything. Linens and everything.
Linens, tablecloth?
Yep.
Everything?
Yep.
Interesting.
But you go to our... Sure, dress up.
Tie
It's business
or-
casual.
I might wear a tie every day.
I know this is business casual, but it's like church level business casual.
No, I can't believe, no. Try this again. This is cool. Try that again.
That's cool?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Like your hair, your new hair?
Oh, I know you didn't do that. Is it really? You want to go there? That's what you want? Don't do that. Stop it. Now.
How long before you start combing it back down? How long before you get sick of that? I'm taking dibs. Cole, let's make a pool, like a baby pool, where we all pick a day that he's going to come in with it comb back the way it was.
I don't know. Not as soon.
Is there a reason you're personally attacking me like this?
It's not a personal attack.
I mean, is there a reason you're going after me? I mean,
You're a
really?
man, and men tend to try to change things, but they always go back.
Do they?
Yeah. I heard Cole had long hair at one time.
Cole did. And now he's buzz cut.
Yep. See?
Okay, so
nice.
you know I'm sensitive in the hair conversations.
Me too. Where did all mine go?
Really? Okay, I lost direction of what we were talking about. Oh, we were back to how cool I am, but the
annual meeting, you're gonna dress up, wear a tie.
You can dress up and wear a tie.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to. Absolutely. Okay, what else is going on? Ribbon cuttings. Where can we find the chamber? And just because it's January does not mean that the Chamber of Commerce over here at Gilmer County does not have some big things on the horizon that they're working on, right?
This is our off season, and this is when we work the hardest. We get all of our planning done.
You don't know how my ears heard you saying this is your off season. I'm telling the boss. You know the boss watches this. Don't ever tell the boss it's off season.
She knows
There's
my
always
schedule.
something happening at the chamber.
I had a meeting day that I couldn't reschedule because I have no time for the next couple of weeks. That's how busy I am right now. It's busy season, but it's not like
planning on the horizon.
Planning
Out in the future.
Yes.
We got
busy
big things
season.
happening.
Yes.
Try, at least try. Bring it.
It's early and I've had one cup of coffee.
All
I
right.
don't think I finished it.
Ribbon cuttings mean
Yes.
we have new businesses that have joined the chamber, and we always love here at FetcherNews.com, FYNTV, to promote the new businesses that join the chamber and networking. If you're out there and you are a new business that has joined the chamber, I encourage you to get involved, to attend and network. It's a positive. Who do we have as new members?
This Thursday, we have a ribbon cutting for El Burrito to go off of 515.
Cole, did you write that down?
Yeah, I'll be there.
I'm telling you. So
they
it's
have-
a ribbon cutting for El Burrito to
They
go over on
moved-
515.
Yes, they moved over in the old, I guess that was a Waffle King at one point building. They fixed it up. It looks amazing on the inside. Great drink selection. I've never seen a restaurant have that many different drinks to choose from. So you need to come in there. Their food is really good. She's going to have some free chips and salsa, free tamales, pico de gallo. So she's going to have some free stuff and some coupons if you want to stay and eat. So you can get a discount on your meal. So
When is that again? One more time.
Thursday, it starts at 4:30.
Thursday at 4:30.
Yes, and so we hope everybody will come out and support her. She's really made a go of it, moving into her own location. So we're really looking for some
And this
support.
is a small business that started several years ago in
In a gas station.
In a gas station.
Timbuktu.
Exactly. Exactly.
It was small.
Huh?
It was small. It's just her and one other person.
I understand.
I've heard a story that she started out with $20 in her pocket and wanted to start her own business.
I believe that.
So
I
she did.
believe that. I watched them grow all the way from the time when they were at Timbuktu. Let me ask you a question now, because I'm not giving anybody misinformation, because the buildings are next door, so it's not like you'll miss it. Is it the old Waffle King or the
Yes,
old
old
KFC?
No, the KFC is still for rent. The old KFC building
okay,
is.
all right.
Yeah.
But that in that area is where it's at.
Yes.
So if you're wondering, like,
Turn
I don't
between the
remember,
BP and the
I don't
BB&T
remember where
and
the
you can-
old Waffle King was. If you take a turn up Maddox from 515, immediately take that left at the BP there. Take that left at where you see the old KFC and Waffle King was there, right?
Yep.
Look for BB&T.
BB&T, exactly. So what else is going on? We have ribbon cutting and we have tamales. Anything else going on?
Not right now.
Not right now?
Not till next week.
Not till next week?
You got to watch to find out.
So how do people find all those friendly faces at the chamber?
Right across from El Burrito. Welcome to the greatness of having El Burrito across from your office.
I'm thinking the same thing.
We have the best location. We have El Burrito, we have El Rey's, we have
Waffle House.
Waffle House.
Burger King.
Colonel Pools. I mean, you just walk out and it's
Barbecue,
like
anything.
Flavor Flav in the air. I mean, it's
Not Flavor Flav. You did not say Flavor Flav on this show.
I did.
You got a big clock around your neck or something? Flavor Flav, right?
Yeah.
I'm your host, BKP, and this has been Carla's Corner. We're going to come back at 9 o'clock with Good Morning from the Office with BKP. We're going to venture back into those topics that we discussed at 8 o'clock. Carla and the entire Gilmer County Chamber of Commerce staff can be found on 515 on the north side, bound side of 515. Big green sign there that says Gilmer Chamber of Commerce right there in the center of town. We'll call it town, East LJ. You can stop in, say hello, or find their website, Gilmer Chamber of Commerce, with a calendar for all the upcoming events. And I know I was picking on you about this being the off season, but this is the time where so much planning is going into spring and different events that are happening, right?
Yep. Lots of events coming up. Good things happening.
The kids are out of school again today?
Yes.
I would almost bring that up. I mean,
you know, I have this thing on my Facebook, the On This Day, where you can go back and see things that happened years ago on this day. So on January 8th, 2011, we had a big snow. On January 10th, 2012, we had a big snow. I'd have to go back and look at the exact dates. But apparently, like, this is the week of snow in North Georgia. Like, we have continued, I mean, in the last 10 years, have had 3 snowstorms around this time frame.
Well, I just want to make a quick comment before we end this segment that in the North Georgia rural counties, when you have a snow and then you have sub-freezing temperatures in the teens and wind chill factors in the 0 area for a couple days. We have just called Gilmer County and call the government center and say, how many miles of dirt road, county road do we have? You will be amazed at the miles that we have, and then you may come into understanding a little better how hard it is to get to all of
just
these
the roads
and
that
clean
the
them up.
buses have to travel on.
Miles. We have miles, and we have miles of dirt road that people live on that
in the
can't
shade.
come out. Right, in the shade, or I like to call it where the sun doesn't shine. So they will probably be cleared out today, and if not today, tomorrow, because you're in Georgia, 20 degrees on Monday, 70 degrees on Friday.
I know.
That's called Georgia.
Snow boots on Monday, bikinis on Friday.
Okay, let's leave with that, Cole. Take us a break. We'll be right back. And thank you for watching Carla's Corner every Tuesday at 8:30 a.m.
Yep.
Out of here.
What you gonna do with all that junk?
This is the big one. The 20% off MSRP model year end clearance at Days Chevrolet in Jasper. With huge savings over $3,600 off the redesigned Malibu. Now just $20,400. Save over $8,600 off Silverado Crew Cab LT. Now just $33,500. 20% off new Chevys. Right here, right now. At Days Chevrolet in Jasper.
Better days ahead, Days Chevrolet.
Find new roads.
El Rey and Ellijay.
El Rey Mexican Restaurant.
Family owned and operated, and a local favorite for families, parties, and meetings.
Great prices.
Friendly service and delicious Mexican cuisine.
Patio dining available.
Come sing in Carlos's Cantina every Friday 9 to 1.
Eat in or take away.
Same location for 14 years. Open 7 days at the corner of Maddox Drive and 515. North Georgia's favorite Mexican cuisine. El Rey and Ellijay.
North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds. Come on in to view the area's largest selection of fine jewelry at North Georgia Diamond. All repairs and designs are done on site by our jewelers. And North Georgia Diamond has the lowest prices on loose diamonds. You can also sell your gold, silver, and coins at North Georgia Diamond between Walmart and Lowe's in East Ellijay. Locally owned by Bill and Allison Craig, North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds in North Georgia.
Looking for in a vehicle? Start your search at Schottenkirk Ford Jasper. We've simplified the process so you can move on to what matters, your family.
Hello, my name is Chad Watkins. I'm the manager at Larry's Body Shop. We are a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the North Georgia area since 1978. We are located at 1216 Progress Road in Ellijay, Georgia. Our shop specializes in collision repair and we work with all major insurance companies. Larry's Body Shop is ICAR Gold, the highest role of training recognized by the collision repair industry. It is estimated that only 10% of collision shops meet these standards. Our shop consists of state-of-the-art equipment such as laser measurement system, down-drive spray booth, spot and MIG welding equipment. All of our paints are mixed on site so that we can guarantee your paint to match every time. I know that having an accident can be a stressful event. We take pride in making sure our customers are satisfied with the repair of their vehicles. Our waiting area is clean and comfortable with free Wi-Fi and refreshing beverages. So if you're in an accident, stop by and see us at Larry's Body Shop.
Okay, we're back. I'm your host, BKP. Good morning from the office, North Georgia's only live online morning show. In 25 minutes, the confirmation hearings start for the Attorney General. Now, the reason I want to go to them live, you can tell your friends, you can stay right on this network, FYNTV.com. Cole is working that out now. He will tell me, hey, I got a thumbs up, I figured it out. We're going to make it happen at 9:30. We're going to go to the Senate confirmation hearings for Jeff Sessions, okay? Anyhow, let's see. Anyhow, I want you to watch these today for no other reason than to go down memory road and remember that Eric Holder was confirmed, okay? Trust me, Eric Holder was confirmed, okay? Because we had to be guilted into, was he the first black attorney general? All right, we had to, our white privilege had to end. Obama had to end white privilege, and we had to apologize. And we had to say we are ready to accept things in this country, okay? So we had no choice but to accept this black attorney general, first one, right? I mean, just say it. We were supposed to, you know, hey, this is our way of saying, you know, we're getting rid of our white privilege guilt, all right? So then we had Loretta Lynch. So don't forget the attorney generals in the past 8 years that have been confirmed, okay? Now, Beauregard, I have told you, I played the 1986 several times, confirmation hearing clips. Watch what happens today. Watch what happens with rumored to be gay. He will not. He's never refuted that. So rumored to be gay, light-skinned brother, African American, black Senator Cory Booker from New Jersey. Watch what happens today with his attacks. See how he now the Democrats want to elevate. I had Cory Booker picked in my short list for possible VPs for Hillary Clinton. The DNC have Cory Booker picked for something here, and that's why you're going to hear from him today. So that's at 9:30. You got that, Cole? Or,
yeah.
All right. Well, we're not ready. There should be a countdown clock.
Yes, it's at 22 minutes.
It's at 22 minutes. Okay. Cole's got a countdown clock. It will be running live here on FYN TV. In fact, I think I'll go. Let me know so I can go to commercial and come back to it. All right. So when we go into it. Now, Kushner. Put up Jared Kushner's picture. All right? I just want to make a brief comment about Jared Kushner. The best thing we could have in the White House right now, this is Donald Trump's son-in-law. Is this Trump and Kushner together?
Yeah.
Okay. You will not find Donald Trump and Jared Kushner very far apart at any time. Now, the Kushner family is they're developers, all right? Jared has grown up in a very capitalist family. I will tell you this. Let me say, the Kushner family has built so many projects. And you have met my brother Jerry on the show. You have met Lee, my sister, on the show. Many of you have in the past, year, definitely through the election. We, including myself, but Jerry and Lee have worked on Kushner projects for years. I have myself. I have pulled into many projects back in the 80s, okay, that said 900 townhouses, 600 townhouses, massive apartment complexes that said Kushner Properties, okay? A Kushner project. I have walked in there, and God forbid, I have walked in there, and we have actually had on a Kushner project 60 people working. Oh yeah, how dare us have that? And these people would work, and I would actually go to the construction trailers and pick up checks from Kushner Properties, $80,000, $90,000. Oh my God, God forbid that happen. And I'd go back and the company would put them in the bank, and then they would pay suppliers, okay? Now, I know this sounds silly, but this is what's wrong with Democrats. Democrats cannot handle this because this is not socialism. This is not communism. This is not a communist. This is capitalism. So the point is we would pay these suppliers, and then we would take the other money and we would go and we would pay these guys on that job on Friday, and it's just the craziest thing would happen. This is where Jared Kushner comes from, all right, period. This is where he comes from. And Donald Trump has him as a senior advisor because Jared Kushner from day one, this is Ivanka's husband, all right? This is the father of several of Donald Trump's grandchildren, Orthodox Jew, all right? So if you're concerned about Israel, if you're concerned, if you think Donald Trump was lying to you when he tweeted out, hey, January 20th will be here soon, and the UN, it'll be a much different day. So if you're out there and you're anti-United Nations, which I am anti-United Nations. I'm anti-United Nations, I'm an anti-globalist, and I'm an anti-Council of Foreign Relations, League of Nations, all the above. I'm anti. I'm against it. If you're for it or against, I'm anti, all right? I'm not anti doing business in the world or having friends around the world. Let me move on. If the liberal left, that's why their heads are spinning off, because Jared Kushner, Orthodox Jew, the Kushner family, and all the above, when Donald Trump says the UN will be different on January 20th, when Donald Trump says Israel has a friend in the United States, you better believe it. You better believe it, okay? It's going to happen, period. Now, Kushner's a bright young man. If you like Mike Pence, I said this earlier today, if you like Mike Pence as if you like Mike Pence as the Vice President of the United States here in the next 2 weeks, Jared Kushner. So don't worry out there. Now, the Democrats are all up in arms. The Democrats are all up in arms, all right, about how the Republicans plan to push through Trump's nominees, all right? All up in arms over it. I'm telling you right now, everyone out there that say the Dems never learn, okay, you're wrong. The Dems never learn, you're wrong. They know the media will spend more time on creating a story around Democrats, minority Democrats, the clown Schumer, head clown. They'll spend more TV time with those clowns and talk about these conflicts and talk about Russia, talk about Rex Tillerson, and talk about Donald Trump and Russia. They will spend more time with Jeff Sessions calling an attorney, allegedly calling an attorney back years ago, a black attorney in Alabama, boy, all right? They know, the Democrats know, Elizabeth Warren, the Democrats know anybody that comes on TV, NBC, ABC, CBS, Fox, CNN, MSNBC, any one of them that come on TV and look in the camera and say, hey, Obamacare, they're going to repeal it, but Elizabeth Warren, but Chuck Schumer, but this one and that one, what will they replace it with? Don't move so fast. 20 million Americans are about to lose their... They know, the people bringing you information know that is a direct lie. They know that. Absolutely, they know. But no, guess what? They will bring it to you. So every time you hear those lies and you think the Democrats never learn, oh yes, they do. You got to understand, the media is not going to, on January 21st, feel that now they need to switch sides. So the Democrats never learn. That's not what's happening. The Democrats know who they're working with. Now, the question, the true question will be, in the next 2 weeks, have the Republicans learned anything? Not the Democrats never learned. So in the next 2 weeks, you have to remember, have the Republicans learned anything? Because I'm going to tell you now, the Republicans and the American people identify more with Donald Trump. The majority of Republicans, and especially the American people, identify more with Donald Trump than they do the actual Republican Congress themselves. All right? So, have the Republicans learned anything? If you like, if you like the pick as Mike Pence for vice president. Now, the New York Times, okay, the New York Times is trying to push Jared Kushner named, this is New York Times, January 9th, Jared Kushner named senior White House advisor to Donald Trump. Jared Kushner will become a senior White House advisor to his father-in-law, Donald Trump, cementing the New York real estate executive's role as a powerful and at times decisive influence on the president-elect. Mr. Kushner is 35 years old, who married Mr. Trump's daughter, Ivanka, in 2009. Is close to Mr. Trump than any other advisor, a steady and stabilizing presence, instead and often inside an often chaotic transition team who has provided input into most of his father-in-law's most consequential hiring and firing decisions. Let's see. Mr. Kushner plans to sell some of his real estate, all right, holdings and other assets, his lawyer said, some ethics experts. Now, who in the hell are these ethics experts? Why didn't we send these ethics experts over to see the other side of the aisle? Some ethics experts have questioned whether the appointment will be legal under federal anti-nepotism laws designed to prevent family ties from influencing the functioning of the United States government. Folks, Hillary Clinton, okay, was able to put together Clinton Care. Hillary Clinton was able to address Congress, was able to write legislation, and was not elected to anything, and she tried to sell you Hillary Care well before Obamacare. Other presidents configured their White House hierarchies to minor experiences in state houses on campaigns at the heads of armies. Mr. Trump intends to adopt the management style of a New York real estate empire. I'm okay with that. With family at the pinnacle and staff members, however trusted or talented somewhere below. Okay, Kushner, I'm telling you now, will do an outstanding job, and they will go through here every single day and try to find the conflicts. I, for one, believe the conflicts are fine. How is that clock still running, friend?
10 minutes.
10 minutes before Beauregard starts, and we're going to bring you that live here on FYNTV.com. So if you want to watch that live on your internet or also on Facebook, we're going to be streaming it on Facebook or YouTube, FYNTV.com with the confirmation hearings. You can watch those live. Let me say this. We've talked about Kushner. Robert Kennedy was the Attorney General. All right. You will hear ExxonMobil so many times this week with Rex Tillerson. Kelly. Okay, retired General Kelly. Folks, with all the concerns you have about Russia, or that the media says that we should have concerns about Russia, there's polling out there that says the military basically lost its confidence in their commander-in-chief and are looking forward to Donald Trump as commander-in-chief. Now, General Kelly will be confirmed quite easily, and no one is talking about the fact that General Flynn, General Mad Dog Mathis, and also General Kelly, Homeland Security appointment, I'm pretty sure he's the Homeland Security appointment, he is quoted in many publications talking about Russia as a threat, okay? So for all of the intel information that you heard this past week and that you will continue to hear about Russia, all right, you need to back up and remember, as soon as the intel community is confirmed, you will have people like Mathis, Kelly, and General Flynn, along with many others, and you will be able to trust Pompeo with the CIA. You will be able to then trust their information versus what you're getting today. I do not trust Clapper, and I do not trust Brennan. Those are my opinions. I don't want to miss this, so I'm trying to make sure I stay on the same page here. What are we up to now? About 7 minutes left?
Yeah.
Okay. Beauregard said, boy, I say, Sessions to be grilled on race in first of hearings, okay? Black pastors rally in support. Booker to testify against fellow senator is unprecedented move. No. These are the Democrats. They lead the way in unprecedented moves. Dems helpless to stop, okay? Now here's one that I like. Small biz optimism surges most since 80. Wow. Now some of us remember that. My man Cole doesn't remember that, but I remember it, and most of you out there. U.S. Small Business Optimism Index surges. You don't remember 1980?
Of course not.
Of course not. Right. Get back to what you were doing. U.S. Small Business Optimism Index surged by most since 1980. I've been telling this every day. I am enjoying talking to small business owners all over. You, right here, Fetch Your News. FetchYourNews.com, FYNTV. We are small business owners. And I'm optimistic about 2017. I'm enjoying working with small business owners, especially in the area that we're located in, seeing the optimism after what we've gone through. Optimism among American small business soared in December by the most since 1980 as expectations about the economy's prospects improved dramatically in the aftermath of the presidential election. The National Federation of Independent Businesses Index jumped 7.4 points last month to 105.8, the highest since the end of 2004, from 98.4, while 7 of the 10 components increase in December. 73% of monthly advance was due to more upbeat views about the outlook for sales and the economy, the Washington group said that, base group said. The share of business owners. Now listen, this is important because if you're watching the show and I talk to you after the show, several of you, you know I bring this up all the time. I'm telling you this. You did not need Bloomberg Markets to know this report. The share of business owners who say now is a good time to expand is 3 times the average of the current expansion. According to the NFIB's data, more companies also said they plan to increase investment and keep hiring, which reflects optimism surrounding President-elect Donald Trump's plan for spurring the economy through deregulation, tax reform, and infrastructure spending. We haven't, this is a quote, we haven't seen numbers like this in a long time, Juanita Duggins, President and Chief Executive of NFIB, said in a statement. Small business is ready for a breakout, and that can only mean very good things for the U.S. economy. Business owners are feeling better about taking risks and making investments. I know for one I do. So I'm going to tell you this. What we got left there?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. The clock is running. We are going to have live Beauregard. We're going to have live Beauregard on the show. We're going to have Beauregard on the show. Don't send me a text like this. I just got a text. I just got a text. I do not need this text like this. I'll show you in a break. Beauregard Sessions getting ready to take an attack from a rumored to be gay, light-skinned, black, African-American senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker. Okay? Brother, light-skinned brother. I got to throw the brother in. Okay? Cory Booker getting ready for the full-scale attack on why he allegedly called a black attorney boy. You remember? You don't remember this either. Good Times back there. Michael JJ, right? I forget his name. JJ Walker, when he used to do Kid Dynamite. You know, Good Times. You know. So that was back in when Jimmy Carter was starving black people in Chicago tenements. Anyhow, back then, that show Good Times, Michael, anytime they called Michael, the youngest son, a boy, you know, Michael would always jump up and say, "Boy, that's a white racist word, Daddy." Okay, so Beauregard is accused of using the word boy to a black attorney, and man, this is going to be... So, I'm your host, BKP. We're going to take a brief break, and when we come back, you will be watching the Jeff Sessions. Tell your friends, FYNTV.com, Jeff Sessions confirmation hearings. I'm your host, BKP. Take us to break, and we'll be right back. Don't leave.
What you gonna do with all that junk?
This is the big one, the 20% off MSRP model year-end clearance at Days Chevrolet in Jasper, with huge savings over $3,600 off the redesigned Malibu. Now just $20,400. Save over $8,600 off Silverado Crew Cab LT. Now just $33,500. 20% off new Chevys, right here, right now, at Days Chevrolet in Jasper.
Better days ahead, Days Chevrolet.
Find new roads.
El Rey and Ellijay.
El Rey Mexican Restaurant.
Family owned and operated, and a local favorite for families, parties, and meetings.
Great prices.
Friendly service and delicious Mexican cuisine.
Patio dining available.
Come sing in Carlos's Cantina every Friday 9 to 1.
Eat in or take away.
Same location for 14 years. Open 7 days at the corner of Maddox Drive and 515. North Georgia's favorite Mexican cuisine. El Rey and Ellijay.
North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds. Come on in to view the area's largest selection of fine jewelry at North Georgia Diamond. All repairs and designs are done on site by our jewelers. And North Georgia Diamond has the lowest prices on loose diamonds. You can also sell your gold, silver, and coins at North Georgia Diamond between Walmart and Lowe's in East Ellijay. Locally owned by Bill and Allison Craig, North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds in North Georgia.
No matter what you're looking for in a vehicle, start your search at Schottenkirk Ford Jasper. We've simplified the process so you can move on to what matters, your family.
Hello, my name is Chad Watkins. I'm the manager at Larry's Body Shop. We are a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the North Georgia area since 1978. We are located at 1216 Progress Road in Ellijay, Georgia. Our shop specializes in collision repair and we work with all major insurance companies. Larry's Body Shop is ICAR Gold, the highest role of training recognized by the collision repair industry. It is estimated that only 10% of collision shops meet these standards. Our shop consists of state-of-the-art equipment such as laser measurement system, down-drive spray booth, spot and MIG welding equipment. All of our paints are mixed on site so that we can guarantee your paint to match every time. I know that having an accident can be a stressful event. We take pride in making sure our customers are satisfied with the repair of their vehicles. Our waiting area is clean and comfortable with free Wi-Fi and refreshing beverages. So if you're in an accident, stop by and see us at Larry's Body Shop.
For a few seconds that he asked to do, and I think it's very appropriate that you do what you said you were going to do.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the courtesy. The Senate Judiciary Committee convenes for the first time in the 115th Congress. Historic moment in the committee's 200-year history. Last week, Senator Dianne Feinstein was named the committee's ranking member. The first time in American history that a woman has served in this capacity. And having been either chairman or ranking member for the past 20 years, I can't think of anybody better. It is striking that 352 members have served on the committee, and only 5 of those happen to be Democrats, have been women. 3 of those 5 women are proudly serving on this important committee today: Senator Feinstein, Senator Klobuchar, and Senator Hirono. So after these 20 years, I welcome Senator Feinstein. We grapple with some of the most pressing issues facing our country. We Americans can be proud that she's here, and I applaud you for this.
Thank you. Thank you. That's nice.
Thank you, Senator Leahy. Good morning. I welcome everyone to this very important hearing to consider the nomination of our colleague, Senator Sessions, to serve as the 84th Attorney General of the United States. First, I want to set out a couple ground rules. I want to handle this hearing the same way that I handled the hearing for Attorney General Lynch's nomination, and it's also the same way that Chairman Leahy handled previous hearings. I want everyone to be able to watch the hearing without obstruction. If people stand up and block the views of those behind them or speak out of turn, it's simply not fair, it's simply not considerate to others, so officers will immediately remove those individuals. Now, before my opening statement, let me explain how we will proceed. Senators Feinstein and I will give our opening remarks. Then Senators Shelby and Collins will introduce the nominee. Following Senator Sessions' opening remarks, we'll begin our first round of questions. Each senator will have an initial 10-minute rounds for questions. After the first round, we're going to do 8-minute rounds of questions. I want everyone to know that I'm prepared to stay here as long as members have questions that they'd like to ask. Again, that's the way I handled Attorney General Lynch's nomination. I think that's the most fair way to proceed for both members as well as our distinguished nominee. I welcome our new members to this committee. I look forward to working with all of the new members, as well as the ones that are repeating serving on this committee. I'd also like to recognize and welcome a number of important audience members, former Attorney General Meese and McKenzie, and also our former colleague, Senator Kyle, a former member of this committee, and I see the Attorney General for Ohio's here as well, a former colleague of ours. Finally, before my opening remarks, I congratulate Senator Feinstein on your appointment to and the decision to take over the ranking membership. We've always had a good working relationship through several things we've done both legislatively and as leaders of the Drug Caucus, and I appreciate very much the opportunity to work with you. Thank you. With that, I'll now start my opening comments. Our hearing today hardly introduces Senator Sessions to the committee. No, we're here today to review the character and the qualifications of a colleague who has served alongside us in the Senate for 20 years. That includes his time as the ranking member of this committee. We know him well. We know the policy positions he's taken as a legislator. I've been on both sides of debates with this distinguished Senator Sessions. Having served with him for so long, we pretty well know whether he supports your policy positions or opposes them. He tells us so with his usual thoughtfulness, humility, and more importantly, respect. As a former chairman of this committee has put it, Senator Sessions is, quote unquote, wonderful to work with. We know him to be, as another senior Democrat on this committee described him, quote unquote, a man of his word. As a third senior colleague put it, a Democrat as well, he is always a gentleman. He is straightforward and fair. Most of all, the members of this committee know him to be a leader who has served the people of Alabama and all Americans with integrity, with dedication, and with courage. That describes how I know the nominee for the 20 years that I've served with him. As former Chairman Leahy observed the last time a new president took office, it's, quote, important that the Justice Department have a senior leadership in place without delay. We need the Justice Department to be at its best, end of quote. Perhaps my good friend Senator Schumer said it best when he observed that we should, quote, move to a vote, hopefully sooner rather than later, end of quote. And when we do, as he said, we, quote, won't be voting for or against the president's policies. We'll be voting, or in summary, Senator Schumer said, we'll be voting for a colleague with a first-rate legal mind whose record proves his commitment to just law enforcement and eminently qualified to lead the Department of Justice. I have been encouraged by the initial support many of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle have expressed for Senator Sessions' nomination. So I look forward to hearing from Senator Sessions and moving to his appointment without delay. Senator Sessions' record is a life of public service. and so we know his story. He was raised in a small town of Hybert, Alabama, where his father owned and ran a small country store. He then studied at Huntington College and the University of Alabama before practicing law in Russellville and Mobile. Senator Sessions has always been an active member of his community. He taught school before attending law school and taught Sunday school at Ashland Place Methodist Church. He served our nation in the Army Reserve, attaining the rank of captain. After his time in private practice, Senator Sessions served as an assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of Alabama. He then headed that office after the Senate confirmed him for U.S. attorney, a post he held for 12 years. So all told, this senator, colleague of ours, has served 15 years as a federal prosecutor in the department that he will soon head. It was during that time that he oversaw the investigation of Klansman Francis Hayes for the brutal abduction and murder of a black teenager, Michael Donald. He made sure that case was brought to state court, where the defendant was eligible for and received the punishment that he justly deserved, the death penalty. His office then successfully prosecuted that murder accomplished in federal court. Based on his prosecutorial record, the people of Alabama elected him their Attorney General and then their senator. He has served with us since 1997. And as our former chairman observed, this committee has relied on him for his prosecutorial experience during the course of his Senate service. Throughout his public service, both within the department and outside of the department, he has raised his hand and served when called upon. He has done his duty, enforced the law fairly, and let the chips fall where they may. Reflecting on this record of service, it's no surprise then that Senator Sessions was also an Eagle Scout. Other members of this committee know, as I do, that the Scout's motto, "Be prepared," sits on his desk in his Senate office. Senator Sessions' entire life of dedicated public service has prepared him for this day. If he's confirmed, and I expect that he will be, Senator Sessions will shed his role as a legislator who writes law, and he'll take on the task of enforcing the laws Congress has written. He has made this transition before when the people of Alabama elected him their senator based on his record of service as U.S. Attorney and Alabama Attorney General. As one member of this committee observed about a lawyer's transition into the role of a judge, quote, "There are turning points in a person's life when they will mark another such turning point in Senator Sessions' distinguished career. And every member of this committee knows from experience, in his new role, Senator Sessions will be a leader for law and order administered without regard to person. Leadership to that end is exactly what the department now needs. It should go without saying that the department is tasked with the responsibility of enforcing our laws, all of our laws, in a dispassionate and even-handed way. We write the laws. The executive enforces them faithfully. This is simple but very foundational principle. Unfortunately, for the last several years, the department has simply declined to enforce some laws the executive branch found obnoxious. The department's failure to enforce the law has run the gamut of issues from criminal law to our nation's duly enacted immigration laws. It's true that each branch of government has an independent duty to assess the constitutionality of the laws it writes, it administers, and it adjudicates. But it's equally true that the executive has a constitutional responsibility to, as we all know, take care that the laws be faithfully executed. I know our colleague, this Senator Sessions, respects the legislative process and the prerogative of Congress to write the law. As he explained during the confirmation hearing that we held for John Ashcroft's nomination to serve as Attorney General, quote, "The Attorney General is a law enforcer. There is a big difference between a politician and a senator where we vote on policy and executing that policy," end of quote. I look forward to hearing from Senator Sessions on how he will transition from voting on policy matters to enforcing the laws he has labored so long to improve and to sustain. Just as he respects Congress's duly enacted laws, Senator Sessions knows and respects the importance of an independent Attorney General at the department's helm. When he has questioned other candidates for the office of Attorney General, he has made plain the priorities of an Attorney General's independence. He sought assurances on this account during the confirmation hearing for Attorney General Eric Holder, a nominee that happens Senator Sessions and I both supported despite policy disagreements with Eric Holder. Senator Sessions asked at that time, quote, "You are not threatening and not guaranteeing you are going to prosecute people until you fairly evaluate all the facts and the evidence and the law they thought they were dealing with at the time," end of quote. During this committee's hearing on the confirmation of another Attorney General, Senator Sessions reflected on the obligations of the people as he knew them from his service in Alabama. Quote, "You speak for the legal interests of the state," end of quote. As a result, he said, quoting again, "There are times when the Attorney General represents the state. He has an obligation and a duty regardless of what the parties to a litigation may say, including when one of those parties is the government, to ensure that it is fair for all the people of the state." This firm grasp of the separation of powers equips this Senator Sessions to provide the department with independent leadership of the highest priority. He knows the department's obligations well, not only because he knows the department, but because he has seen those obligations observed in the breach from his seat beside us in the Senate. To this legislator, the department's failure in the just enforcement of our laws isn't just a policy disappointment on a particular issue, it's an affront to the very separation of powers that defines our role and the voice of the people that warrants our votes. I imagine Senator Sessions may have thoughts on that question as well, and I hope to hear those points. On this committee, we don't always agree on the right way to handle the complex policy issues we consider. And when you have served in the Senate as long as Senator Sessions and I have, you're bound to find at least a few points of disagreement with even the most like-minded colleagues. But Senator Sessions' 2 decades of service beside me testify without question to this. He is a man of honor and integrity, dedicated to the faithful and fair enforcement of the law, who knows well and deeply respects the Department of Justice and its constitutional role. I look forward to hearing from him about this vision and plans for the department. And now it is Senator Feinstein's turn for her words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank Senator Leahy also for his words. If I may, I would like to begin by just quickly introducing some Californians in the audience. Congresswoman Maxine Waters from Los Angeles, Congresswoman Barbara Lee from the Bay Area, also Denise Rojas, who is a dreamer who has been enormously successful. I had the privilege of writing an article about her. And also the Reverend Dr. Amos Brown, whom I've known for 40 years, and the Reverend Dr. Frederick Haynes. They are part of the ministerial delegation here today. The senator before us this morning is someone that many of us on this committee has worked with for some 20 years, and that makes this very difficult for me. I committed to Senator Sessions in our private meeting, and I'll say it again here. The process is going to be fair and thorough. But today, we're not being asked to evaluate him as a senator. We're being asked to evaluate him for the Attorney General of the United States, the chief law enforcement for the largest and best democracy in the world. As Attorney General, his job will not be to advocate for his beliefs. Rather, the job of the Attorney General is to enforce federal law. Even if he voted against the law, even if he spoke against it before it passed, even if he disagrees with the precedent saying that the law is constitutional. Most importantly, his job will be to enforce federal law equally for all Americans. And this job requires service to the people and the law, not to the president. The president-elect said to his opponent during a debate, and I quote, "If I win, I'm going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look at your situation," end quote. Mr. Chairman, that's not what an Attorney General does. An Attorney General does not investigate or prosecute at the direction of the President, nor do Attorneys Generals wear two hats, one as the President's lawyer and one as the President's as the people's lawyer. That model has failed. Rather, the Attorney General must put aside loyalty to the President. He must ensure that the law and the Constitution come first and foremost, period. President Lincoln's Attorney General, Edward Bates, I think said it best when he said this, and I quote, "The office I hold is not properly political, but strictly legal, and it is my duty above all other ministers of state to uphold the law and to resist all encroachments from whatever quarter," end quote. That is the job of the Attorney General. If confirmed, Senator Sessions will be the top official charged with faithfully and impartially enforcing all federal law and protecting our fundamental right to vote from all incursions, whether they be foreign or domestic. His duty will be to enforce and protect our civil rights and constitutional freedoms, including a woman's right to choose. He will run the department that ensures those who commit hate crimes are held accountable. And he will be charged with protecting consumers and taxpayers from fraud and making sure that corrupt public officials are held accountable. He will prosecute polluters based on federal law. And it is the Attorney General who must ensure that this government follows the law, does not ever torture again. This is an awesome responsibility and an enormous job. What we must do now in these hearings is determine what type of Attorney General Senator Sessions will be if confirmed. And let me express a deep concern. There is so much fear in this country. I see it, I hear it, particularly in the African American community, from preachers, from politicians, from everyday Americans. As Mrs. Evelyn Turner of the Marion III said in her passionate letter to this committee, and I quote, "I am very troubled by his stance against civil rights in the more recent past. As a U.S. Senator, he supported no laws or causes which suggest that he has changed," end quote. Throughout his Senate career, Senator Sessions has advocated an extremely conservative agenda. For example, he voted no and spoke for nearly 30 minutes in this committee against a Leahy amendment 2 years ago that expressed the sense of the Senate that the United States would not bar people from entering this country based on their religion. He voted against each of 3 bipartisan comprehensive immigration bills in 2006, 2007, and 2013. Twice, he voted against the DREAM Act, the bill for undocumented youth, known as Dreamers, who were brought here as children through no choice of their own, calling it a, quote, reckless proposal for mass amnesty, end quote. He voted against efforts to prohibit the use of waterboarding and other so-called enhanced interrogation techniques, calling them lawful and praising Attorney General Mukasey in 2008 for refusing to rule out the use of waterboarding in the future. These interrogation techniques are and were, at the time, illegal. And thanks to a provision Senator McCain placed in the Defense Authorization Bill this past year, they are now prohibited from use. In addition, Senator Sessions voted against the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Hate Crimes Act, which, among other things, expanded the hate crimes law to cover sexual orientation and gender identity. Arguing against the hate crimes law in 2009, he said this, "Today, I'm not sure women or people with different sexual orientations face that kind of discrimination. I just don't see it," end quote. Well, this senator regretfully sees it. Hate crimes are happening. The Department of Justice must see it, must investigate it, and prosecute it appropriately. Those are votes that are deeply concerning. They are recent, they are important, and they clearly show this senator's point of view. Now, for all these reasons, this hearing must determine clearly whether this senator will enforce laws he voted against. We, the American people, want to know how he intends to use this awesome power of the Attorney General if he is confirmed. Will he use it fairly? Will he use it in a way that respects law and the Constitution? Will he use it in a way that eases tensions among our communities and our law enforcement officers? Will he be independent of the White House? Will he tell the President no when necessary and faithfully enforce ethic laws and constitutional restrictions? So we will ask questions and we will press for answers. Ultimately, we must determine whether Senator Sessions can be the Attorney General for all of our people. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to conclude with one final point. We cannot ignore that there are deep concerns and anxieties throughout America. There is a deep fear about what a Trump administration will bring in many places. And this is the context in which we must consider Senator Sessions' record and nomination to become the chief law enforcement of America. Communities across this country are concerned about whether they will be able to rely on the Department of Justice to protect their rights and freedoms. These freedoms are so cherished. They are what make us unique among nations. There have been sit-ins, protests, and writings, and the committee has received letters of opposition from 400 different civil rights organizations, 1,400 law professors, 1,000 law students, a broad task force of organizations that oppose domestic violence, 70 reproductive health organizations, and many, many others. All these letters express deep anxiety about the direction of this country and whether this nominee will enforce the law fairly, evenly, without personal bias. So I hope today's questions are probing and the answers are fulsome. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the only way we have to know whether this man can dispatch himself from the president and from his record and vote in full according to the laws of the United States of America. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Senator Feinstein. Before I turn to Senators Shelby and Collins for their opening statement, I'd note that the committee received a letter from former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice indicating that she had hoped to join our colleagues in introducing Senator Sessions. She strongly supports his nomination. It's a powerful letter, and I hope my colleagues will take time to read it, and I'd like to have it entered in the record at this point. Now to Senator Shelby and Senator Collins in that order. Proceed.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Feinstein, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this historic hearing today. Although my friend and colleague Jeff Sessions is well known to the members of this committee, it's my distinct privilege to introduce him as President-elect Donald Trump's nominee to serve as our next United States Attorney General. Before joining the Senate, Jeff Sessions began his distinguished career as a practicing attorney and then served as the United States Attorney for Alabama's Southern District before ultimately becoming the Attorney General of the state of Alabama. During the past 20 years here in the U.S. Senate that I have served with Jeff Sessions, I've had the opportunity to know him well, not just as a skilled attorney with an accomplished record as a prosecutor and as a legislator, but as a man of extraordinary character. I have the highest regard not only for his intellect, but for his integrity. Unfortunately, since the announcement of his nomination, Jeff's political opponents have attacked his character with baseless and tired allegations. But in reality, Jeff Sessions' extensive record of treating all Americans equally under the law is clear and well documented. Throughout his decades of public service, including his impressive tenure on this committee, Jeff's commitment to upholding the rule of law, I believe, is unparalleled. The integrity, humility, and gravity with which Jeff Sessions will approach the office of Attorney General of the United States is unquestionable. I have no doubt, Mr. Chairman, that he will apply the law with the impartiality that's required of the job. I'm also confident that this committee will report favorably and expeditiously Jeff Sessions' nomination to be the next Attorney General of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Senator Feinstein, members of this distinguished committee, I am pleased to join Senator Shelby in presenting my friend and colleague, Senator Jeff Sessions, and to offer my support for his nomination to be our next Attorney General. Jeff Sessions and I were first sworn into the United States Senate on the very same day. In the 20 years since, we have worked closely on some issues and on opposite sides on others. In fact, it would be fair to say that we have had our share of vigorous debates and policy disagreements. Through these experiences, I have come to know Senator Sessions professionally as a trusted colleague and personally as a good friend. I can vouch confidently for the fact that Jeff Sessions is a person of integrity, a principled leader, and a dedicated public servant. As a senator, Jeff Sessions has worked across the aisle to lead important legislative reforms. He has worked with Senator Dick Durbin to pass the Fair Sentencing Act, a law that addressed the unfair racial disparity in crack cocaine sentencing. He worked with Senator Ted Kennedy to pass the Prison Rape Elimination Act, and with Senator Chris Coons on the reauthorization of the Victims of Child Abuse Act. An area where Senator Sessions and I have worked together is in opposing unfair trade agreements and practices that hurt American workers. What I want this committee and the American people to know is that Jeff Sessions is the same genuine, fair-minded person in unguarded private moments as he is in the halls of the Senate. We first came to know each other during dinners with other members of our Senate class, where we discussed everything from our politics to our families. I have never witnessed anything to suggest that Senator Sessions is anyone other than a dedicated public servant and a decent man. In 1980, long before he ran for the Senate or even dreamed of being Attorney General, Jeff Sessions sponsored the first African American member of the Mobile Lions Club. As U.S. Attorney, he provided leadership in the successful convictions of 2 Klan members who had murdered an African American teenager. As ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee in 2009, he appointed the first African American to serve as chief counsel to the Republican members. My friends, these are not the actions of an individual who is motivated by racial animus. In spite of this strong record, Senator Sessions' nomination has generated controversy. He has had to withstand some very painful attacks on his characters, both years ago and again today, with little or no acknowledgement of his accomplishments and actions or the responses he has made to the accusations levied against him. As this committee debates this nomination, I would draw your attention to an important epilogue to Jeff Sessions' nomination 31 years ago to be a federal judge. The late Senator Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania was a member of the Judiciary Committee when the Sessions nomination was considered in 1986. Senator Specter, then a Republican, voted against Jeff Sessions. Years later, in 2009, Senator Specter had switched parties. He was asked by a reporter if he regretted any of the more than 10,000 votes he had cast. Out of all of those votes, then Democratic Senator Specter cited just one. It was his vote against confirming Jeff Sessions as a federal judge. When asked why, Senator Specter replied, quote, "Because I have since found that Senator Sessions is egalitarian," end quote. In other words, once Senator Specter served with Jeff Sessions and had the opportunity to get to know him, he changed his mind. I hope that you will keep Arlen Specter's reflections in mind as this committee evaluates Senator Sessions' public service, his character, and his fidelity to the rule of law. The members of this committee have an advantage that Senator Specter did not. The vast majority of you have already served with Senator Sessions, and you know him well. If this committee places its trust in him, I have every confidence that Jeff Sessions will execute the office of Attorney General honestly, faithfully, and fully in the pursuit of justice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Feinstein and members of this committee.
And thank both of our colleagues for your powerful statement. I appreciate it very much. And you're free to go, and we'll call the nominee at this point. Senator Sessions, before you're seated, I'd like to administer the oath. Would you raise your hand, please, and answer this question? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, and please be seated. Senator Sessions, it's our normal process, if you desire to introduce people that are with you, including your family, I'm sure you're very proud of. You're free to do that, and then go immediately to your opening statement.
My wife, Mary, my best friend for 47 years. Without her love and support and sacrifice, none of this would have been possible for me and our family. And we are so proud of our 3 children, each one of which are here today. Mary Abigail Reinhardt, our oldest, is married to Ray Washington, and they're now stationed in the Pacific. Thank you. They're now stationed in the Pacific Coast. They have 2 children, Jane Ritchie and Jimbo, and they wish me well this morning. My daughter, Ruth Walk, maybe Ruth, you would stand up, and her husband, John Walk. John is an attorney with the Department of Homeland Security, and they have 4 children, as you see before you today, Gracie, and Hannah, and Joanna, and Phoebe. Phoebe and Joanna are twins. And we're so proud of them. My son Sam is a graduate of Auburn and Alabama Law School. Sorry, Sam, about the game last night. Lindsay, congratulations, wherever he is. Sam is an attorney in Birmingham, and he's married to Angela Stratus. They have 4 children, Alexa, Sophia, Louis, and Nicholas. 10 grandchildren. The oldest is 9. And you can imagine the week we had at the beach this summer in Alabama. Finally, I want to express how humbled I am to have received such overwhelming support and encouragement from our nation's law enforcement community. Many are here today. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would like to ask those present, please, to stand and be recognized, the law enforcement members that are here today. Would you please stand? Every major law enforcement organization in America has endorsed my candidacy. I feel the weight of the confidence they've placed in me. And gentlemen and ladies, I'll do my best to be worthy of that. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, yesterday was Law Enforcement Officer Appreciation Day. Sadly, on that day, we lost 2 of our brave officers. Orlando Police Department, Master Sergeant Deborah Clayton, one of the first officers to respond to the Orlando nightclub shooting in June, was shot and killed while confronting a subject wanted for murder. Sergeant Clayton, a 17-year veteran of the force, was married with 2 children. While assisting in the search for that assailant, Orange County Deputy First Class Sheriff Norman Lewis was killed in a traffic accident on his motorcycle. He was an 11-year veteran of the Sheriff's Office. These honorable and dedicated have dedicated their lives to keeping their community safe, and we should remember their service and keep them and our families and their families in our prayers. Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Feinstein, distinguished members of the committee, I'm honored to appear before you today. I thank you for the opportunity to respond to your questions as you discharge your duty in the appointment process as prescribed by the Constitution. I also want to thank my dear friends.
USA. No Trump. No KKK. No fascist USA. Censorship is racist, illegitimate, just like the whole Trump fascist regime. Prevent it from ruling. People can flood into the streets. January 14th. Let me stand up. January 14th and stay in the street. Stop the Trump regime. No Trump. No KKK. No fascist
Mr. Chairman, if I might, dear friends, I want to thank Richard Shelby, my colleague, and Senator Susan Collins for the kind and generous introductions. It was very moving and touching for me. It's hard to believe, really, that the three of us have served together in this body for almost 20 years. When I arrived in the Senate in 1997, I probably wouldn't have anticipated becoming so close with a colleague from Maine, two people from the northernmost part of our country and the southernmost part of our country. It took us a while to perhaps understand our accents, but once we did, we became fast friends. Of course, Richard Shelby and I never had an accent problem. He was has been a steadfast friend, and I think we've been a pretty good team representing the interest of Alabama and the United States. I want to thank President-elect Donald Trump for the confidence and trust he has shown in me by nominating me to serve as the Attorney General of the United States. I feel the weight of an honor greater than I aspired to. If I'm confirmed, I will commit to you and to the American people to be worthy of the office and the special trust that comes with it. So I come before you today as a colleague who's worked with you for years, and some of you 20 years. You know who I am. You know what I believe in. You know that I'm a man of my word and can be trusted to do what I say I will do. You know that I revere the Constitution, that I'm committed to the rule of law, and you know that I believe in fairness, in impartiality, and equal justice under law. Over the years, you've heard me say many times that I love the Department of Justice. The office of Attorney General of the United States is not a normal political office, and anyone who holds it must have total fidelity to the laws and the Constitution of the United States. He or she must be committed to following the law. He or she must be willing to tell the President or other top officials if he or they overreach. He or she cannot be a mere rubber stamp. He or she must set the example for the employees of the department to do the right thing and ensure that when they do the right thing, they know the Attorney General will back them up, no matter what politician might call or what powerful special interest, influential contributor, or friend might try to intervene. The message must be clear. Everyone is expected to do their duty. That is the way I was expected to perform as an Assistant United States Attorney, working for Attorney General Meese and part of my career. And that is the way I trained my assistants when I became United States Attorney. And if confirmed, that is the way I will lead the Department of Justice. In my over 14 years in the Department of Justice, I tried cases personally of every kind: drug trafficking, very large international smuggling cases, many firearms cases, other violent crimes, a series of public corruption cases of quite significance, financial wrongdoing, and environmental violations. Our office supported historic civil rights cases and major civil cases. Protecting the people of this country from crime, and especially from violent crime, is a high calling of the men and women of the Department of Justice. Today, I'm afraid it's become more important than ever. Since the early 1980s, good policing and prosecutions over a period of years have been a strong force in reducing crime, making our communities safer. Drug use and murders are half what they were in 1980 when I became a United States Attorney. So I'm very concerned that the recent jump in violent crime and murder rates are not anomalies, but the beginning of a dangerous trend that could reverse those hard-won gains that have made America a safer and more prosperous place. The latest FBI statistics show that all crime increased nearly 4% from 2014 to 2015, the largest increase since 1991, with murders increasing nearly 11%, the single largest increase since 1971. In 2016, there were 4,368 shooting victims in Chicago. In Baltimore, homicides reached the second highest per capita rate ever. The country is also in the throes of a heroin epidemic, with overdose deaths more than tripling between 2010 and 2014. Tripling. Nearly 50,000 people a year die from drug overdose. Meanwhile, illegal drugs flood across our southern border and into every city and town in the country, bringing violence, addiction, and misery. We must not lose perspective when discussing these statistics. We must always remember that these crimes are being committed against real people, real victims. It's important that they are kept in the forefront of our minds in these conversations and to ensure that their rights are protected. So these trends cannot continue. It is a fundamental civil right to be safe in your home and your community. If I am confirmed, we will systematically prosecute criminals who use guns in committing crimes. As United States Attorney, my office was a national leader in gun prosecutions nearly every year. We will partner with state and local law enforcement to take down these major drug trafficking cartels and dismantle criminal gangs. We will prosecute those who repeatedly violate our borders. It will be my priority to confront these crimes vigorously, effectively, and immediately. Approximately 90% of all law enforcement officers are not federal, but they're state and local. They are the ones on the front lines. They are better educated, trained, and equipped than ever before. They are the ones who we rely on to keep our neighborhoods and playgrounds and schools safe. But in the last several years, law enforcement as a whole has been unfairly maligned and blamed for the unacceptable actions of a few of their bad actors. They believe the political leadership in the country has abandoned them. They felt they have become targets. Morale has suffered, and last year, while under intense public criticism, the number of police officers killed in the line of duty increased by 10% over 2015. And firearms deaths of police officers are up 68%. So this is a wake-up call, colleagues. It cannot continue. If we're to be more effective in dealing with rising crime, we will have to rely and work with more effectively local law enforcement, asking them to lead the way. To do that, they must know they're supported, and if I am so fortunate as to be confirmed as Attorney General, they can be assured they will have my support in their lawful duties. As I discussed with many of you in our meeting prior to this hearing, the federal government has an important role to play in this area also. We must use the research and the expertise and the training that has been developed by the Department of Justice to help these agencies in developing the most effective and lawful law enforcement methods to reduce crime. We must reestablish and strengthen the partnership between federal and local officers to enhance a common and unified effort to reverse the rising crime trends. I did this as United States Attorney. I worked directly and continuously with local and state and law enforcement officials. If confirmed, this will be one of my priority objectives. There are also many things the Department can do to assist the state and local officers to strengthen relationships with their own communities, where policies like community-based policing have absolutely been proven to work. I am committed to this effort and to ensuring that the Department of Justice is a unifying force for improving relations between the police in this country and the communities they serve. This is particularly important in our minority communities. Make no mistake, positive relations and great communications between the people and their police are essential for any good police department. And when police fail in their duties, they must be held accountable. I have done these things as United States Attorney. I have worked to advance these kind of policies. In recent years, our law enforcement officers have been called upon to protect our country from the rising threat of terrorism that has reached our shores. If I'm confirmed, protecting the American people from the scourge of radical Islamic terrorism will continue to be a top priority. We will work diligently to respond to threats using all lawful means to keep our country safe. Partnerships will also be vital to achieving much more effective enforcement against cyber threats, and the Department of Justice clearly has a lead role to play in that essential effort. We must honestly assess our vulnerabilities and have a clear plan for defense as well as offense when it comes to cyber security. The Department of Justice must never falter in its obligation to protect the civil rights of every American, particularly those who are most vulnerable. A special priority for me in this regard will be the aggressive enforcement of laws to ensure access to the ballot for every eligible voter without hindrance or discrimination, and to ensure the integrity of the electoral process, which has been a great heritage of the Department of Justice. Further, this government must improve its ability to protect the United States Treasury from fraud, waste, and abuse. This is a federal responsibility. We cannot afford to lose a single dollar to corruption, and you can be sure if I'm confirmed, I will make it a high priority of the Department of Justice to root out and prosecute fraud in federal programs and to recover monies lost due to fraud and false claims, as well as contracting fraud and issues of that kind. The Justice Department must remain ever faithful to the Constitution's promise that our government is one of laws and not of men. It will be my unyielding commitment to you, if confirmed, to see that the laws are enforced faithfully, effectively, and impartially. The Attorney General must hold everyone, no matter how powerful, accountable. No one is above the law, and no American will be beneath its protection. No powerful special interest will cower this department. I want to address personally the fabulous men and women that work in the Department of Justice. That includes personnel in Main Justice here in Washington, but also the much larger number that faithfully fulfill their responsibilities every day throughout the nation. As a United States Attorney, I work with them constantly. I know them and the culture of their agencies. The federal investigative agencies represent the finest collection of law enforcement officers in the world. I know their integrity and their professionalism, and I pledge to them a unity of effort that is unmatched. Together, we can and will reach the highest standards and the highest results. It would be the greatest honor for me to lead these fine public servants. To my colleagues, I appreciate the time each of you have taken to meet me one-on-one. As senators, we don't always have enough opportunity to sit down and discuss matters face-to-face. I had some great visits. I understand and respect the conviction that you bring to your duties. Even though we may not always be in agreement, you have always been understanding and respectful of my positions and I of yours. In our meetings over the past weeks, you have had the opportunity to share with me and you're relating to the department, from unprosecuted crimes on tribal lands, a matter that is greater than I had understood, to the scourge of human trafficking and child exploitation, to concerns about cuts in grant programs, to the protection of American civil liberties, and the surge of heroin overdose deaths, to just name a few things. I learned a lot during those meetings, and particularly in my meeting with Senator Whitehouse, who discussed cybersecurity. He has a great deal of knowledge there, and I'm glad that Senator Whitehouse, you and Senator Graham have taken a lead on this important issue, and I think we can work together and make some progress. Senator Graham, and congratulations on your football victory last night.
We'll talk about that later.
Pretty thin. So I want to assure all of my colleagues that I have given your concerns earnest reflection and will bear them in mind as I move forward. I will sincerely endeavor to keep these lines of communications open and hope that we can continue our collegiality and friendships. In that regard, if I'm confirmed, I commit to all of you that the Department of Justice will be responsive, Mr. Chairman, to Congress, and will work with you on your priorities, all of you, and provide you with guidance and views where appropriate. The Department will respect your constitutional duties, your oversight role, and the particularly critically important separation of powers between the executive and legislative branches. Let me address another issue straight on. I was accused in 1986 of failing to protect the voting rights of African Americans by presenting the Perry County case, the voter fraud case, and of condemning civil rights advocates and organizations, and even harboring, amazingly, sympathies for the KKK. These are damnably false charges. The voter fraud case my office prosecuted was in response to pleas from African American incumbent elected officials who claimed that the absentee ballot process involved a situation in which ballots cast for them were stolen, altered, and cast for their opponents. The prosecution sought to protect the integrity of the ballot, not the block voting. It was a voting rights case. As to the KKK, I invited civil rights attorneys from Washington, D.C. to help us solve a very difficult investigation into the unconscionable, horrendous death of a young African American coming home from the 7-Eleven store at night simply because he was black, Michael Donald, and actively backed the attorneys throughout the case, and they broke that case. That effort led to a guilty plea and a life sentence in court for one defendant and his testimony against the other defendant. There was no federal death penalty at the time. I felt the death penalty was appropriate in this case, and I pushed to have it tried in state court, which was done. That defendant was indeed convicted and sentenced to death, and 10 years later, ironically, as Alabama's Attorney General, my staff participated in the defense of that verdict and sentence, and a few months after I became United States Senator, that murdering Klansman was indeed executed. Well, I abhor the Klan and what it represents and its hateful ideology. I insisted Marsh Dees of the Southern Poverty Law Center and his lawsuit that led to the successful collapse of the Klan, at least in Alabama, the seizure of their building, at least for that period of time. As Civil Rights Division attorneys have testified before the committee, I supported fully their historic cases that the Justice Department filed to advance civil rights and that I supported, including cases to desegregate schools, abolish at-large elections for cities, county commissions, and school boards. These at-large elections were mechanisms used to block African-American candidates from being able to be elected to boards and commissions. It was a deliberate and part of a systemic plan to reduce the ability of African Americans to have influence in the election and governing process. I never declared the NAACP was un-American or that a civil rights attorney was a disgrace to his race. There is nothing I am more proud of than my 14 years of service in the Department of Justice. I love and venerate that great institution. I hold dear its highest ideals. As God gives me the ability, I will work every day to be worthy of the demands of this august office. You can be absolutely sure that I understand the immense responsibility I would have. I am not naive. I know the threat that our rising crime and addiction rates pose to the health and safety of our country. I know the threat of terrorism. I deeply understand the history of civil rights in our country and the horrendous impact that relentless and systemic discrimination and the denial of voting rights has had on our African American brothers and sisters. I have witnessed it. We must continue to move forward and never back. I understand the demands for justice and fairness made by our LGBT community. I will ensure that the statutes protecting their civil rights and their safety are fully enforced. I understand the lifelong scars borne by women who are victims of assault and abuse. And if I am so fortunate to be confirmed as your Attorney General, you can know that I understand the absolute necessity that all my actions must fall within the bounds of the Constitution and the laws of the United States. While all humans must recognize the limits of their abilities, and I certainly do, I am ready for this job. We will do it right. Your input will be valued. Local law enforcement will be our partners. Many friends in federal government that I've had in law enforcement will be respected. I've always loved the law. It is the very foundation of this country. It is the exceptional foundation of America. I have an abiding commitment to pursuing and achieving justice and a record of doing that. And if confirmed, I will give all my efforts to this goal. I only ask that you do your duty as God gives you the ability to see that duty as you are charged by the Constitution. Thank you for your courtesies. I look forward to the further hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I ask questions, I want to thank you, Senator Sessions, for your service in the Senate, but more importantly, for taking on this responsibility you've been nominated for, and to thank you for your opening statement. I'm glad that you were able to mention the names of a lot of your family that are with you, and there's a lot of other people that we may not have their name, and I would ask the staff to put in the record the names of all the other people who are accompanying you today as well, if they're willing to give us that name. And it's a proud day for you, your wife, son, and daughters, and their families. I welcome all of you very much. Now to the questioning. The Attorney General, I'll take 10 minutes, and Senator Feinstein will go back and forth as we usually do. The Attorney General of the United States is, of course, the nation's chief law enforcement officer. He or she is not the president's lawyer, nor is he the president's wingman, as Attorney General Holder described himself. Rather, he or she has an independent obligation to the Constitution and to the American people. Now, I know you care deeply about this foundational principle. So I'm going to ask you a question. I've heard you ask other nominees for Attorney General. Occasionally, you'll be called upon to offer an opinion to the President who appointed you. You'll have to tell him yes or no. And sometimes presidents don't like to be told no. So I'd like to know, will you be able to stand up and say no to the President of the United States if, in your judgment, the law and your duty demands it? And the reason I ask that is because I know you work very hard for the President-elect.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the importance of your question. I understand the responsibility of the Attorney General, and I will do so. You simply have to help the President do things that he might desire in a lawful way, and have to be able to say no, both for the country, for the legal system, and for the President, to avoid situations that are not acceptable. I understand that duty. I've observed it through my years here, and I will fulfill that responsibility.
Say, just so my colleagues don't think I'm taking advantage of time, somebody didn't start the clock.
Oh, it's your clock. Here's mine.
Oh, you got it. Okay. It's just, well, the light isn't working. I'm sorry. I can read it now. So I heard what you said, but just to emphasize, let me follow up. Well, if you disagree with the President's chosen course of action, and you told him so, and he intends to pursue that course of action anyway, what are your options at that point?
Mr. Chairman, I think Attorney General should first work with the President. Hopefully that Attorney General would have the confidence of the President and avoid a situation that would be unacceptable. I do believe that if Attorney General is asked to do something that's plainly unlawful, he cannot participate in that, he or she, and that person would have to resign ultimately before agreeing to execute a policy that the Attorney General believes would be unlawful or unconstitutional.
You, sir,
I would say, Mr. Chairman, that there are areas that are brightly clear and right There are areas that may be gray, and there are areas that are unacceptable. And a good Attorney General needs to know where those lines are to help the President where possible and to resist improper, unacceptable actions.
Okay. You served in this department for 14 or 15 years. You served as your state's Attorney General. And of course, you serve on this committee for a long time. And we have oversight over the department that you might had. And you've done that all for 20 years. I've had my share of disagreements with the department's leadership over the last few years. Some of those were purely policy disagreements, but some issues were especially troubling to me in that the department failed to perform fundamental functions to enforce the law. As Attorney General, day in and day out, you'll be faced with difficult and sometimes thorny legal problems. What will your approach be to ensuring that the department enforces the law, and more broadly, what is your vision for the department?
Mr. Chairman, the ultimate responsibility of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice is to execute the laws passed by this Congress and to follow the Constitution in that process and carry its principles out. So you can be sure I understand that. We may have had disagreements here about whether a law should be passed, but once passed, I will do my dead level best to ensure it's properly and fairly enforced. I do believe that we have a crime problem. I won't perhaps go in time now unless you want me to describe what we can do to address that. And there are other challenges this country faces. I would be pleased to recognize the influence of the legislative branch and to welcome the insights that you might have.
Since that's a very important issue with me and I suppose every colleague here, let me emphasize by saying, is it fair to say then that regardless of what your position may have been as a legislator, your approach as Attorney General will be to enforce the law regardless of policy differences?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I have any hesitation or any lack of an ability to separate the roles that I have had. To go from the legislative branch to the executive branch is a transfer of not only position, but of the way you approach issues. I would be an executive function, an enforcement function of the laws this great legislative body might pass.
During the course of the presidential campaign, you made a number of statements about the investigation of former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton relating to her handling of sensitive emails and regarding certain actions of the Clinton Foundation. You weren't alone in that criticism. I was certainly critical in the same way, as were millions of Americans on those matters. But now you've been nominated to serve as Attorney General. In light of those comments that you made, some have expressed concern about whether you can approach the Clinton matter impartially in both fact and appearance. How do you plan to address those concerns?
Mr. Chairman, it was a highly contentious campaign. I, like a lot of people, made comments about the issues in that campaign. With regard to Secretary Clinton and some of the comments I made, I do believe that that could place my objectivity in question. I've given that thought. I believe the proper thing for me to do would be to recuse myself from any questions involving those kind of investigations that involve Secretary Clinton that were raised during the campaign, or could be otherwise connected to it.
Okay. I think let me emphasize then with a follow-up question, to be very clear, you intend to recuse yourself from both the Clinton email investigation and any matters involving the Clinton Foundation, if there are any?
Yes.
Let me follow up again because it's important. When you say you'll recuse, you mean that you'll actually recuse and the decision will therefore fall to, I assume, a Deputy Attorney General. I ask because after Attorney General Lynch met with President Clinton in Phoenix, she said she would, quote unquote, defer to the FBI, but she never officially recused.
No, she did not officially recuse, and there's a procedure for that which I would follow. And I believe that would be the best approach for the country, because we can never have a political dispute turn into a criminal dispute. That's not in any way that would suggest anything other than absolute objectivity. This country does not punish its political enemies, but this country ensures that no one is above the law.
You touched on something that's very dear to me, and that's working with having executive branch people work with members of the Congress. And you also mentioned working with us on oversight. But since that's very important to me, let me say that the executive branch has always been one of my top priorities, regardless of who occupies the White House. I've often said I'm an equal opportunity overseer. Now, over the years, I've asked quite a few executive nominees, both Republican and Democrat, to make commitments to respond to oversight. You said you would, but in my experience, nominees are usually pretty receptive to oversight requests during these type of hearings, but after they've been confirmed, oversight doesn't seem to be a high priority for them. As I told you when we met privately in my office, sometimes I think nominees should go ahead and be a little more straightforward during their hearings. And instead of saying yes to everything we ask about oversight, it'd be more honest to say maybe when asked if they would respond to our questions. Now, because you've served on this committee and understand the importance of oversight, I'm hoping you'll be different than your predecessors in response to oversight questions. And so I have with me that I'll give to one of your staff a whole bunch of letters that haven't been answered yet. One of them even you signed with me to the Department of Justice. And I hope that you would go to great lengths to see that these gets answered, so next May or June, if I'm contacting you that they haven't been answered, then the Trump administration might be blamed for it, and these are all a result of not getting answers from the last administration. So I hope you'll help me get answers to these, at least the one you helped me write.
Mr. Chairman, you are correct that this committee has oversight, but it goes beyond that. This committee and the Congress funds the various branches of the executive branch, the various departments. And you have every right, before you fund our agencies and departments, to get responsive answers to questions that are proper. Sometimes the Congress has asked for issues that maybe there's legitimate reason to object to, but they should object and state why. Mr. Chairman, I will be responsive to your request, and I understand your history, perhaps more than anyone in this Congress, to advance the idea that the executive branch needs to be held accountable. And I salute you for it.
And if Senator Feinstein contacts you, don't use this excuse that so many people use, that if you aren't chairman of a committee, you don't have to answer the question. I want her questions answered just like you'd answer mine.
I understand that.
Senator Feinstein.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was above and beyond the call. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to begin with the second largest criminal industry in this country, which is now, believe it or not, by revenues produced, human sex trafficking. And trafficking victims are among the most vulnerable in our society. The average age is 12 to 14. They are beaten, raped, abused, at times handcuffed at night so they can't escape, and often moved from place to place, forced to have sex with multiple men each night. The Justice for Victims of Trafficking Act, signed into law in 2015, created a domestic trafficking victims fund for victim services to be administered by the Department of Justice. Part of that fund contains up to $30 million for health care or medical items or services to trafficking victims. These funds are subject to the Hyde Amendment, which says no appropriated funding can be used to pay for abortion. However, the Hyde Amendment does not apply in cases of rape. On the Senate floor, Senator Cornyn discussed the Hyde language and said, and I quote, "Everyone knows the Hyde Amendment language contains an exception for rape and health of the mother. So under this act, these limitations on spending wouldn't have anything to do with the services available to help those victims of human trafficking." In short, Senator Cornyn asserted that the Hyde Amendment, which contains an exception for rape, would not affect the availability of services for these victims. The Domestic Trafficking Victims Fund will be under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice. Here's the question. Will you ensure that these grant funds are not denied to service providers who will assist victims of human trafficking in obtaining comprehensive services they need, including abortion, if that is what is required for a young girl impregnated during this horrific abuse?
Senator Feinstein, I appreciate that question, and I do appreciate the fact that our country has been talking and I believe taking action for a number of years to deal with sex trafficking more effectively. I don't know that we've reached the level of actual effectiveness we need to, but Congress and you and others have been very, very outspoken about this, and there are all kinds of great citizens groups that have focused on it. So it's a very important issue. I was not aware of how the language for this grant program has been established. I do appreciate your concerns on it. It's a matter that I have not thought through, but ultimately it's a matter for this United States Congress, not so much a matter for the Attorney General. We need to put our money out to assist in this activity according to the rules established by the Congress.
Well, I'm delighted that Senator Cornyn is here. I quoted him directly from the floor that the Hyde Amendment would not prevent the distribution of these funds. And so I hope you would agree to that. And that's certainly most important to me because Congress has spoken and the bill is law.
I understand that, and we would follow the law.
Okay. As you know, the Constitution also protects a woman's right to have access to health care and determine whether to terminate her pregnancy in consultation with her family and her doctor. I'm old enough to remember what it was like before, when I was a student at Stanford and thereafter. In the early 1960s, I actually sentenced women in California convicted of felony abortion to state prison for maximum sentences of up to 10 years, and they still went back to it because the need was so great. So was the morbidity, and so was the mortality. This right, passed now by the Constitution, as recognized in Roe, Planned Parenthood v. Casey, and the Supreme Court's recent decision in Whole Women's Health and Helterstedt. In fact, the court recently struck down onerous regulations imposed by Texas on women's health clinics. You have referred to Roe v. Wade as, quote, one of the worst, colossally erroneous Supreme Court decisions of all time, end quote. Is that still your view?
It is. I believe it violated the Constitution and really attempted to set policy and not follow law. It is the law of the land. It has been so established and settled for quite a long time, and it deserves respect, and I would respect it and follow it.
On November 14, 2016, appearing on the TV show 60 Minutes, the president-elect said that the issue of same-sex marriage was, quote, already settled. It's law. It was settled in the Supreme Court. It's done, and I'm fine with that. Do you agree that the issue of same-sex marriage is settled law?
Supreme Court has ruled on that. The dissented vigorously, but it was 5-4, and 5 justices on the Supreme Court, the majority of the court, has established the definition of marriage for the entire United States of America, and I will follow that decision.
Here's another question. If you believe same-sex marriage is settled law, but a woman's right to choose is not, what is the difference?
Well, I haven't said that the woman's right to choose or the Roe versus Wade and its progeny is not the law of the land or not clear today. So I would follow that law.
Thank you. I would like to ask one question based on the letter that we received for 1,400 law professors. They're from 49 states. Only Alaska's left out. I inquired why, and they said because Alaska doesn't have a law school. So it's a pretty comprehensive list representing law professors in every state that has a law school. What they said, and this is what I want you to respond to, nothing in Senator Sessions' public life since 1986 has convinced us that he is a different man than the 39-year-old attorney who was deemed too racially insensitive to be a federal district court judge. Excuse me. All of us believe it's unacceptable for someone with Senator Sessions' record to lead the Department of Justice. So I want your response to this and answer to the question, how do you intend to put behind you what are strongly felt personal views, take off the political hat, and be an Attorney General who fairly enforces the law and the Constitution for all?
Well, Senator Feinstein, I would direct their attention first to the remarks of Senator Specter, who in his entire career said he made one vote that he would regret, and that was the vote against me. He indicated he thought I was an egalitarian, a person who treated people equally and respected people equally. This caricature of me in 1986 was not correct. I had become United States Attorney. I supported, as the civil rights attorney said, major civil rights cases in my district that integrated schools, that prosecuted the Klan, that ended single-member districts, that denied African Americans the right to hold office. I did everything I was required to do. And the complaints about the voter fraud case and the complaints about the Klan case that I vigorously prosecuted and supported are false. And I do hope this hearing today will show that I conducted myself honorably and properly at that time, and that I am the same person, perhaps wiser and maybe a little better, I hope so, today than I was then. But I did not harbor the kind of animosities and race-based discrimination ideas that I was accused of. I did not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator Hatch and then Senator Leahy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before your time starts, I'd like to mention that the committee received a letter in support of Senator Sessions' nomination from Attorneys General Ashcroft, Barr, Gonzalez, Meese, and McKasey, as well as a number of former Deputy Attorney Generals. They wrote in part as follows, a sentence from that letter. Based on our collective and extensive experience, we also know him to be a person of unwavering dedication to the mission of the department to assure that our country is governed by a fair and even-handed rule of law. I ask consent to put that letter in the record. Senator Hatch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank you for your fair approach to this, our first hearing of the 115th Congress. You've scheduled and you've structured this hearing in line with this committee's precedents. In fact, you're including more witnesses in this hearing than the past average for Attorney General nominees. Senator Sessions has provided this committee with more than 150,000 pages of material relevant to his nomination. That is 100 times what Attorney General Lynch Provost and almost 30 times what Attorney General Holder provided. This material comes from someone we know, someone many of us have served with in the Senate and on this very committee. Yet some on the far left will stop at nothing to defeat this nomination.
They oppose this nomination precisely because Senator Sessions will not politicize the Justice Department or use its resources to further a political agenda. They make up one thing after another to create a caricature that bears no resemblance to the nominee, who is actually before us here today. Now, I've been on this committee for a long time, and I've seen these dirty tactics used before, and they're not going to work this time. Senator Sessions, it sounds a little strange to say this, but welcome to the Senate.
Thank you.
The Senate Judiciary Committee. I'm sure there will be some need to address false claims and fabricated charges during this hearing. Believe it or not, however, I actually have some questions about issues and policies that you will be addressing when you become Attorney General. The first is one I have raised with every incoming Attorney General nominee for nearly 25 years, and it concerns enforcement of federal laws prohibiting obscenity. In the 108th Congress, you introduced Senate Concurrent Resolution 77, expressing the sense of the Congress that federal obscenity laws should be vigorously enforced throughout the United States. It pleased the Senate, it passed the Senate unanimously, pleased it too. In fact, it is the only resolution on this subject ever passed by either the Senate or the House. Now, Senator Sessions, with your permission, I want to share with you that resolution adopted last year by the Utah legislature outlining why pornography should be viewed as a public health problem, as well as some of the latest research into the harms of obscenity. Is it still your view that federal laws prohibiting adult obscenity should be vigorously enhanced?
Mr. Chairman, those laws are clear, and they are being prosecuted today and should be continued to be effectively and vigorously prosecuted in the cases that are appropriate.
In making this a priority for the Justice Department, would you consider reestablishing a specific unit dedicated to prosecuting this category of crime?
So that unit has been disbanded. I'm not sure I knew that, but it was a part of the Department of Justice for a long time, and I would consider that.
Okay. For several years now, Senator Chris Coons and Representative Tom Marino and Susan Dobin and I have raised the importance of safeguarding data privacy on an international scale from unauthorized government access. Now, that is why we continue to push forward the International Communications Privacy Act, which establishes a legal standard for accessing extraterritorial communications. The need for a legislative solution was reinforced in July when the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit held in Microsoft v. United States that current law does not authorize U.S. law enforcement officials to access electronic communications stored outside the United States. If confirmed, will you and your staff work with us to strike the needed balance to strengthen privacy and promote trust in the United States technologies worldwide while enabling law enforcement to fulfill its important public safety mission?
That'll be a high responsibility, Senator. I know you've worked hard on that for a number of years, as have others, members of this committee, Senator Coons and others. So working that out, understanding the new technology, but the great principles of the right to privacy, the ability of individuals to protect data that they believe is private and should be protected. All of those are great issues in this new technological world we're in, and I would be pleased to work with you on that. And I do not have firm and fast opinions on the subject.
Well, thank you so much. Now, I'd like to turn now to rapid DNA, technology that will allow law enforcement officials to speedily process DNA samples in 90 minutes or less. FBI Director Comey told this committee that rapid DNA would help law enforcement, quote, change the world in a very, very exciting way, unquote. Legislation authorizing law enforcement to use this technology, which you co-sponsored, passed the Senate last year. I was disappointed, however, that it got tied up with criminal justice reform efforts in the House. Now, I have two questions. First, do you agree with FBI Director Comey and with law enforcement leaders across the country that rapid DNA legislation is important? and will help law enforcement to do their jobs better and faster? And secondly, do you agree with me that we should work to pass this legislation sooner rather than later and should avoid tying it to efforts on other legislative issues whose path forward is unclear?
Mr. Chairman, rapid DNA analysis is a hugely important issue for the whole American criminal justice system. It presents tremendous opportunities to solve crimes in an effective way and can produce justice because it is a kind of thing that you can't fake or mislead. So I am very strongly in favor of that. And my personal view, after many years in the law enforcement community, is that one of the biggest bottlenecks, colleagues, of all of our laws involving prosecutions of criminal activity is the bottleneck of the scientific analysis, the forensic sciences, where we fail sometimes to get DNA back, fail to get back fingerprint analysis, fail to get back drug analysis, chemical analysis, and all of this slows down and stops cases that should long since have been brought forward and disposed of.
Okay. I've read that some Democratic senators accuse you of opposing the Violence Against Women's Act. That caught my attention because, like I did, you actually voted to reauthorize it. As I recall, in 2013, there were not one but two bills to reauthorize VAWA, the Violence Against Women Act. One had controversial provisions that had never been received in a hearing. The other did not. Am I right that you supported reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act?
Absolutely. I supported it in 2000 when it passed. I supported it in 2005 when the bill, on both of those bills I supported became law. And then in this cycle, Senator Grassley had a bill that I thought was preferable, and I supported his bill that actually had tougher penalties than the other bill. And it is kind of frustrating to be accused of opposing VAWA, the Violence Against Women Act, when I have voted for it in the past. There was some specific add-on provision in the bill that caused my concern, and I think other people's concern.
And, Mr. Chairman, I ask consent to place in the record an op-ed published in USA Today on this subject by Penny Nance, president of Concerned Women for America, the nation's largest public policy women's organization, if you can.
Without objection, it will be included.
Now, I have a question about the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division. The division enforces the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, which protects the right of prison inmates to worship and protects churches and religious institutions from burdensome zoning and other restrictions. So I introduced this legislation in 2000. It passed without objection in both the Senate and the House. I would note for the record that next Monday, January 16th, is Religious Freedom Day. I hope that you will make the religious freedom of all Americans a priority under your leadership. The Civil Rights Division also has a unit dedicated to combating human trafficking. It was created in 2007, and one of my former Judiciary Committee counsels, Grace Chun Becker, was its first head. Perhaps you could comment on the significance of issues such as religious freedom and human trafficking and why it's important to include them within the civil rights agenda of the department.
Mr. Chairman, religious freedom is a great heritage of America. We respect people's religion. We encourage them to express themselves and to develop their relationships with the higher power as they choose. We respect that. It's mandated in the Constitution. But there are situations in which I believe we can reach accommodations that would allow the religious beliefs of persons to be honored in some fashion, as opposed to just dictating everything under a single provision or policy. So I believe you're correct. We should recognize religious freedom. It will be a very high priority of mine.
Well, that means a lot to me. Now, Mr. Chairman, let me close by asking consent to place in the record letters from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. They attest to Senator Sessions' work on behalf of the vulnerable children and young people. And I also ask consent to place in the record a letter supporting this nomination from nearly 24 men and women who have served as Assistant Attorneys General in 10 different offices and divisions. They say that as both U.S. Senator and U.S. Attorney, quote, Senator Sessions has demonstrated a commitment to the rule of law and to the even-handed administration of justice. I could not agree more.
Without objection,
Thank you.
Those will be included.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Senator Sessions and Mrs. Sessions. Let me just follow up. You were just asked about Violence Against Women Act and your support. Let's deal with the facts. Let's deal with what was actually voted on. Let's deal with the Violence Against Women Act that you voted against. You strongly oppose the Violence Against Women Reauthorization Act of 2013. Spoke against it. You voted against it. That law expanded protections for some of the most vulnerable groups of domestic violence and sexual assault survivors, students, immigrants, LGBTQ victims, and those on tribal lands. Now, the Justice Department, by all accounts, has done an excellent job implementing and enforcing it over the last 3 years. I believe, and we were both prosecutors, I went to a lot of domestic violence scenes, crime scenes, as a young prosecutor. I believe that all victims of domestic and sexual violence deserve protection. Why did you vote against expanding protections for LGBT victims, students, immigrants, and tribal victims of domestic violence and sexual assault? Why did you vote no?
Mr. Chairman, I did indeed support the bill in 2000 and in 2000.
Now, I'm talking about the bill that is the law today.
I understand
the law
what you're
today
saying.
is passed in 2013 by an overwhelming margin in the Senate and by an overwhelming margin in the Republican-controlled House, signed into law by President Obama. I'm asking about that. Why did you oppose it?
Mr. Chairman, a number of people opposed some of the provisions in that bill, not the entire bill.
I'm just asking about you.
I'm trying to answer.
Go ahead.
So when we voted in the committee, 8 of the 9 Republicans voted against the bill. One of the more concerning provisions was a provision that gave tribal courts jurisdiction to tri-persons who were not tribal members. That's contrary, I believe, the only time that's ever happened. That was the big concern that I raised, I believe, primarily on the legislation. So I voted with the chairman and the legislation he had that I thought did the job for protecting women, to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act, but at the same time did not have other things attached to it that I thought were concerning.
Well, on the tribal courts, those have now been prosecuted very carefully. Defendants receive due process rights. They have to. None of the non-Indian defendants who have been prosecuted have appealed to federal courts. Many feel it's made victims on tribal land safer. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with the way the Justice Department has handled such cases?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe that the law has been passed by Congress. I'm interested to see how it plays out in the real world. And I will do my best to make my judgment about how to enforce that as Attorney General. Well, certainly the law itself has many powerful provisions that I'm glad was passed and that is in law and provides protections to women as victims of violence.
On the tribal lands, it's been used and prosecuted for 3 years. Do you feel it's been handled correctly?
Mr. Chairman, I have no understanding of that, but of the results of it so far. I'm interested, first time I've heard it commented on. Let me say this to you directly. In meeting with senators prior to this hearing, I've had quite a number, perhaps more than any other issue, that I learned a lot about, and that is that non-Indians that have been going on to tribal lands and committing crimes, including rape, have not been effectively prosecuted. Now, under current law and historically, they would be prosecuted in the federal government by the United States attorneys, and that has not been happening sufficiently, I am now convinced. So I do think the FBI, particularly maybe the Bureau of Indian Affairs investigators, should be beefed up, and the U.S. attorneys need to do probably a better job of prosecuting cases that need to be prosecuted in federal court.
Those were facts that came out pretty clearly in the hearings before you voted against that provision. That is why Senator Crapo and I and others included it in the bill. But let me, there have not been any tests of that. Nobody's appealed this, nobody's objected to it. But would you be able to, if somebody does, would you be able to defend it in court?
I would defend the statute if it's reasonably defensible. Yes, it's passed by Congress. It would be the duty of the Attorney General, whether they voted for it or support it, to defend it. And now, did I call you Mr. Chairman, a while ago? I think I did. So,
well, that's okay.
You've been my chairman many years.
Listen, I spent 20 years back and forth on this. I'm delighted to turn it over to Senator Feinstein and Senator Grassley, but
well, you'll be handling all the money of the United States, I understand, in your new position.
In 2009, I offered the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Hate Crimes Prevention Act as an amendment to the defense bill. It extended hate crimes protections to LGBT individuals, women, and individuals with disabilities. It passed the Senate overwhelmingly. You opposed it. You stated at a hearing that you're not sure women or people of different sexual orientations face that kind of discrimination. And then you said, I just don't see it. Do you still believe that women and LGBT individuals do not face the kind of discrimination that the hate crimes legislation was passed to prevent?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Leahy, having discussed that issue at some length, that does not sound like something I said or intended to say. What I did intend...
You did say it.
Well, I understand, but I've seen things taken out of context and not give an accurate picture. My view is and was a concern that it appeared that these cases were being prosecuted effectively in state courts where they would normally be expected to be prosecuted. I asked Attorney General Holder to list cases that he had that indicated they were not being properly prosecuted. I noted that Mr. Byrd was given the death penalty in Texas for his offense, and Mr. Shepard, there were 2 life sentences imposed as a result of the situation in his state. So the question simply was, do we have a problem that requires an expansion of federal law into an area that the federal government has not been historically involved? Senator Hatch had a proposal that we do a study to see the extent of the problem, and that we should have evidence that that indicates a shortage of prosecutions and a lack of willingness to prosecute before adding this law.
As far as the study, last year the FBI said that LGBT individuals were more likely to be targeted for hate crimes than any other minority group in the country. I mean, we can study this forever, but that's a pretty strong fact.
Well, I will tell you, Senator.
And in 2010, you stated expanding hate crime protections to LGBT individuals was unwarranted, possibly unconstitutional. You said the bill has been said to cheapen the civil rights movement, especially considering what the FBI has found. Do you still feel that way?
Mr. Chairman, the law has been passed. The Congress has spoken. You can be sure I will enforce it.
Thank you. When you were, well, I don't want to go as much over time as Senator Hatch did, but I'll ask you one question. The president-elect has repeatedly asserted his intention to institute a ban on Muslim immigrants to the United States. In December 2015, you voted against a resolution that I offered in this committee that expressed the sense of the Senate that the United States must not bar individuals from entering into the United States based on their religion. All Democrats, most Republicans, including the chairman, voted in support of my resolution. Do you agree with the president-elect that the United States can or should deny entry to members of a particular religion, based on their religion? I mean, we do background checks for terrorism, but based on their religion. Do you agree with the president-elect the United States can or should deny entry to all members of a particular religion?
Senator Leahy, I believe the president-elect has, subsequent to that statement, made clear that he believes the focus should be on individuals coming from countries that have history of terrorism, and he's also indicated that his policy and what he suggests is strong vetting of people from those countries before they're admitted to the United States.
Then why did you vote against the resolution?
I almost called you Mr. Chairman again. Senator Leahy, my view and concern was, in the resolution, it was suggesting that you could not seriously consider a person's religious views, even and often, sometimes, at least not in a majority, but many people do have religious views that are inimical to the public safety of the United States. I did not want to have a resolution that suggested that that could not be a factor in the vetting process before someone is admitted. But I have no belief and do not support the idea that Muslims as a religious group should be denied admission to the United States. We have great Muslim citizens who've contributed in so many different ways. And America, as I said in my remarks at the occasion that we discussed it in committee, are great believers in religious freedom and the right of people to exercise their religious beliefs.
Before I turn to...
Consent to put some items in the paper.
Yes, without objection, your inserts will be included. I have a letter from Solicitor General Ted Olson in support of Senator Sessions, quoting in part, with respect to civil rights, he says, quote, as a lawyer who has devoted years of effort to litigating and vindicating the civil rights of our fellow gay, lesbian, and transgender citizens, I recognize that people of good faith can disagree on legal issues. Such honest disagreement should not disqualify them from holding public office. In particular, I have no reservations about Senator Sessions' ability to handle these issues fairly in accordance with law and to protect the civil rights of these and all of our citizens. I'd like to include that in the record without objection. Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're about to get an answer to the age-old question, can you be confirmed Attorney General of the United States over the objection of 1,400 law professors? I don't know what the betting line in Vegas is, but I like your chances. Speaking of football, I want to congratulate the University of Alabama for one heck of a streak. One of the most dominant football teams in the history of college football. And I want to acknowledge the Clemson Tigers, where I live 5 miles from the stadium, that was the finest college football game I think I've ever seen. Yeah. Dabo Swinney and the Tigers represent everything good about college athletics. And while we were on different teams early this morning, I want to let the good people of Alabama know that in terms of their Senator Jeff Sessions, he is a fine man, an outstanding fellow who I often disagree with. I've traveled the world with. I've got to know him and his family, and I will enthusiastically support you for the next Attorney General of the United States. Now, let's talk about issues. Some people believe that the only way you can get justice in this world is for the federal government to administer it. Have you heard such thoughts?
Well, I have.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think I do too. I think the whole point is for the federal government to take over an area of law, there should be a good reason. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
If a state's not prosecuting crimes against people based on their sex, their race, whatever reason, then it's proper for the federal government to come in and provide justice. Do you agree with that?
I do.
When the state's doing its job, the federal government should let the states do their job.
That is correct. That's
the
a general
way-
principle, and there's not a general federal crime, federal statute that federalizes all crime in America.
To the
It's never
people who are
been-
listening, that's just the way we think. You may not agree with that, but we think that way. And I think we've really got a good reason to think that way. I think that's the way they set up the whole system. Muslims. As you know, me and the president-elect have had our differences about religious test. Would you support a law that says you can't come to America because you're a Muslim?
No.
Would you support a law that says that if you're a Muslim, you say you're a Muslim, and when we ask you, what does that mean to you? Well, that means I got to kill everybody that's different from me. It's okay to say they can't come.
I think that would be a prudent decision.
I hope we can keep people out of the country who want to kill everybody because of their religion. I hope we're smart enough to know that's not what most people in the Muslim faith believe. So,
But it can be the religion of that person.
That's right. That's the point we're trying to make here. About the Wire Act, what's your view of the Obama administration's interpretation of the Wire Act to allow online video poker or poker gambling?
Senator Graham, I was shocked at the memorandum, I guess the enforcement memorandum that the Department of Justice issued with regard to the Wire Act and criticized it. Apparently there is some justification or argument that can be made to support the Department of Justice's position, but I did oppose it when it happened, and it seemed to me to be an unusual...
Would you revisit it?
I would revisit it, and I would make a decision about it based on careful study, rather than, and I haven't gone that far to give you an opinion today.
Immigration. You've said that the executive order of President Obama you believe is unconstitutional, the DACA law. Do you still have that position?
I did, for a number of reasons.
Well, no, I'm not, right. I agree with you. Now we got 800,000 people have come out of the shadows that have been signed up. Will you advise the next president, President Trump, to repeal that executive order?
There will be a decision that needs to be studied and that he would need to agree to, but it's an executive order, really a memorandum of the Department of Homeland Security. It would certainly be constitutional, I believe, to end that order, and the Department of Justice, I think, could have no objection to a decision to abandon that order because it is very questionable, in my opinion, constitutionally.
Once we repeal it, and I agree that I believe it is an overreach, what do we do with the 800,000 kids who've come out of the shadows?
Senator Graham, fundamentally, we need to fix this immigration system. Colleagues, it's not been working right. We've entered more and more millions of people illegally into the country. Each one of them produces some sort of humanitarian concern, but it is particularly true for children. So we've been placed in a bad situation. I really would urge us all to work together. I would try to be supportive.
Would you prefer
to end the illegality and put us in a position where we can wrestle with how to handle these difficult, compassionate decisions.
Right. And the best way to do it is for Congress and the administration to work together and pass a law, not an executive order.
Exactly.
Okay. When it comes to the law of war, do you believe that people who join al-Qaeda or affiliated groups are subject to being captured or killed under the law of war?
I do, Senator. I don't see how we could see it otherwise. And it's the responsibility of the military to protect the United States from people who attack us.
Do you believe the threats to the homeland are growing or lessening?
I believe they are growing, and we're seeing that now in Europe, and we're also seeing it right here in America.
Do you support the continuation of Gitmo as a confinement facility for foreign terrorists?
Senator Graham, I think it's designed for that purpose. It fits that purpose marvelously well. It's a safe place to keep prisoners. We've invested a lot of money in that, and I believe it should be utilized in that fashion, and have opposed the closing of it. But as Attorney General,
I just wanted to see if they were still listening. I think they're on the fence about Gitmo, but I'm not sure. Let me tell you, I support this administration's effort to make sure we prosecute terrorism as a military action, not a law enforcement action. They're not trying to steal our cars or rob your bank account. They're trying to destroy our way of life, and I hope you'll go after them without apology, apply the law, and the law is the law of war, not domestic criminal law. And you'll have a friend in Senator Graham if you intend to do that. Cyber attacks. Do you think the Russians were behind hacking into our election?
I have done no research into that. I know just what the media says about it.
Do you think you could get briefed anytime soon?
Well, I'll need to.
I think you do too. You like the FBI?
Do I like them?
Yeah.
Some of my best friends are FBI.
Do you generally trust them?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that the FBI has concluded that it was the Russian intelligence services who hacked into the DNC and Podesta's emails?
I do understand that.
From your point of view.
Or at least that's what's been reported, and I've not been briefed by them on the subject.
From your point of view, there's no reason for us to be suspicious of them.
Of their decision?
Yeah.
I'm sure it was honorably reached.
How do you feel about a foreign entity trying to interfere in our election? I'm not saying they changed the outcome, but it's pretty clear to me they did. How do you feel about it? What should we do?
Senator Graham, I think it's a significant event. We have penetration apparently throughout our government by foreign entities. We know the Chinese have revealed millions of background information on millions of people in the United States. And these, I suppose, ultimately are part of international big power politics. But when a nation uses their improperly gained or intelligence-wise gained information to take policy positions that impact another nation's democracy or their approach to any issue, then that raises real serious matters. It's really, I suppose, goes in many ways to the State Department, our Defense Department, and how we as a nation have to react to that, which would include developing some protocols where when people breach our systems that a price is paid, even if we can't prove the exact person who did it.
I agree. I got 20 seconds left. I've known you for, I guess, 15 years now, and we've had a lot of contests on the floor, and sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't. I'm from South Carolina, so I know what it's like sometimes to be accused of being a conservative from the South. That means something other than you're a conservative from the South. In your case, people have fairly promptly tried to label you as a racist or a bigot or whatever you want to say. How does that make you feel? And this is your chance to say something to those people.
Well, it does not feel good.
If nothing else, I'm clearing the room for you. And I would suggest that the freedom of speech also has some courtesy to listen. So what's your answer?
Senator Graham, I appreciate the question. You have a southern name. You come from South Alabama. That sounds worse to some people, South Alabama. When I came up as a United States attorney, I had no real support group. I didn't prepare myself well in 1986. And there was an organized effort to caricature me as something that wasn't true. And it was very painful. I didn't know how to respond and didn't respond very well. I hope my tenure in this body has shown you that the caricature that was created of me was not accurate. It wasn't accurate then, and it's not accurate now. And I just want you to know that as a Southerner who actually saw discrimination and have no doubt it existed in a systematic and powerful and negative way to the people, great millions of people in the South, particularly of our country, I know that was wrong. I know we need to do better. We can never go back. I am totally committed to maintaining the freedom and equality that this country has to provide to every citizen, and I will assure you that that's how I will approach it.
Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Sessions, let me first say I'm glad that you brought your family with you today. It's a beautiful family with your wife and your son and daughters and those 4 beautiful little granddaughters. And you kept them as quiet as you could for as long as you could. So thank you so much for being here today. I'm sure it was great moral support and part of your effort here today. When you came by my office last week, I talked to you about a man named Alton Mills. And with the permission of the chair, he's my guest today, I ask Mr. Mills if he'd please stand up. Alton, thank you for being here today. I'd like to tell you a story so you can understand my question a little better. When Alton Mills was 22 years old, unemployed, he made a bad decision. He started selling crack cocaine on the streets of Chicago. He was arrested twice for possession of small amounts of crack cocaine. The third time that he was arrested, the kingpins who had employed him turned on him, and as a consequence, he ended up being prosecuted under the 3 strikes and you're out law. At the age of 24, he was sentenced to life without parole. He had never been in prison before, and as I mentioned, there were no allegations made against him other than possession and sale, no violence, no guns, nothing of that nature. Alton Mills ended up, despite the sentencing judge's admonition that he believed this was fundamentally unfair and his hands were tied, Alton Mills ended up spending 22 years in federal prison until December 2015 when President Obama commuted his sentence. He was finally able to go home to his family. Senator Sessions, 7 years ago, you and I co-sponsored a bill known as the Fair Sentencing Act, which Senator Collins referenced earlier, and that reduced the brutal sentencing disparity for crack cocaine crimes over powder cocaine. It was originally 100 to 1. We agreed in the Senate Gym, I might add, to bring that down to 18 to 1. Inmates, overwhelmingly African American, were spared thousands of prison years because of our joint effort to end this injustice. Yet when I asked you to join me in appealing to the Sentencing Commission to follow our law, and when I asked you to join Senator Grassley and me in permitting the almost 5,000 still serving under this unfair 100 to 1 standard to petition individually for leniency, you refused. And you said of President Obama's pardoning of people like Alton Mills, and I quote, "President Obama continues to abuse executive power in an unprecedented, reckless manner to systematically release high-level drug traffickers and firearms felons. So-called low-level nonviolent offenders simply do not exist in the federal system," you said. Senator Sessions, Alton Mills, and many more just like him do exist. So if you refuse to even acknowledge the fundamental injustice of many of our sentencing laws, Why should you be entrusted with the most important criminal prosecution office in America?
Senator Durbin, I think that's rather unfair based on our relationship and how we work together. In 2001, I introduced legislation very similar to the bill that you and I successfully made law. It would have reduced it to 20 to 1. Our bill went to 18 to 1, a little better, but fundamentally that. I was criticized by the Bush Department of Justice. My legislation was opposed by them. It was 7 years later or so, or really longer, before our bill ever passed. So I stepped out against my own Republican administration and said openly on the floor of the Senate that I believe these crack cocaine laws were too harsh, and particularly it was disadvantageous to the African American community where most of the punishments were falling. And it was not fair, and we ought to fix it. So I just want to say, I took a strong stand on that, and I did not agree, you and I did not agree on the retroactivity because a lot of these were plea bargain cases and may not have been totally driven by the mandatory minimums. But so I thought the court had basically now agreed that it is retroactive. I don't know what group is not being covered by it, but a large group was covered by a court decision. We sort of left it open, as I remember.
We did.
You and I discussed it.
Let me say, on the issue of fairness, I will acknowledge you stepped out on this issue. And you and I both recognize the brutal injustice of 100 to 1. And we agreed on 18 to 1. That's how laws are made. And now we have 5,000 prisoners sitting in federal prison, still there under this brutal, unjust 100 to 1. And all I've asked, and all Senator Grassley's asked, allow them as individuals to petition to the judge, to the prosecutor, to the Department of Justice, so that their sentences could be considered. That's something you've opposed. So in fairness, tell me why you still oppose that.
Well, first I will tell you with absolute certainty that if this is a decision of this body, it's not the Attorney General's decision about when and where a mandatory minimum is imposed and whether it can be retroactively altered. So I will follow any law that you passed, number one. Number two, I understood the sincere belief you had on that issue, and it was a difficult call, and that's why we really never worked it out. So I understand what you're saying, but I did believe that you are upsetting finality in the justice system, that you are suggesting that these kind of factors were not considered when the plea bargaining went down. So it's an honorable debate to have, and I respect your position on it.
Senator, you have been outspoken on another issue, and I would like to address it if I could. I have invited here today Sergeant Oscar Vasquez, if he would be kind enough to stand up and be recognized. Sergeant, thank you for being here. I'll tell you his incredible story in short form. Brought to the United States as a child, in high school, he and 3 other dreamers started a robotics club and won a college-level robotics competition. They made a movie out of his story. He graduated from Arizona State University with an engineering degree. The Obama administration granted him a waiver and allowed him to become a citizen and enlist in the United States Army, where he served in combat in Afghanistan. Senator Sessions, since joining the Senate in 1997, you'd voted against every immigration bill that included a path to citizenship for the undocumented. You described the DREAM Act, which I introduced 15 years ago to spare children who are undocumented through no fault of their own, as, quote, a reckless proposal for mass amnesty. You opposed the bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill, which passed the Senate 4 years ago. You've objected to immigrants volunteering to serve in our armed forces, saying, quote, in terms of who's going most likely to be a spy, somebody from Cullman, Alabama, or somebody from Kenya. When I asked what you would do to address the almost 800,000 dreamers like Oscar Vasquez, who would be subject to deportation if President Obama's executive order was repealed, you said, quote, I believe in following the law. There is too much focus on people who are here illegally and not enough on the law. Senator Sessions, there's not a spot of evidence in your public career to suggest that as Attorney General, you would use the authority of that office to resolve the challenges of our broken immigration system in a fair and humane manner. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, you are wrong, Senator Durbin. I'm going to follow the laws passed by Congress. As a matter of policy, we disagreed on some of those issues. I do believe that if you continually go through a cycle of amnesty, that you undermine the respect for the law and encourage more illegal immigration into America. I believe the American people spoke clearly in this election. I believe they agreed with my basic view, and I think it's a good view, a decent view, a solid legal view for the United States of America, that we create a lawful system of immigration that allows people to apply to this country, and if they're accepted, they get in. If they're not accepted, they don't get in, and I believe that's right and just, and the American people are right to ask for it. We have not delivered that for them.
Senator Graham asked this question, and I listened to your answer when he asked you what would happen to those 800,000 currently protected by President Obama's executive order known as DACA, who cannot be deported for 2 years, it's renewable, and can work for 2 years, and you said, let Congress pass a comprehensive immigration reform bill. You opposed the only bipartisan effort